Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Cramlington, Bedlington and Seaton Valley Local Area Council on Wednesday the 19th of January at 4 p.m. Before we commence proceedings this afternoon, I just want to take a moment to mention the sad and sudden death of one of our members, Councillor Paul Scott from the Seaton Valley area. Our thoughts and condolences go out to his family at this sad time. And I'd just like to ask if we can take a minute's silence before we commence this afternoon's meeting, please. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so there is a slight change round to the agenda this evening, and that's because of the availability of some of the speakers. Unfortunately, item 14, the youth service presentation, has had to be deferred to a later meeting again. And we will be starting with the first item on the agenda, which is the budget item. Because unfortunately the speaker needs to leave early, and that will be presented by Councillor Wearmouth as the leader is unable to attend. But we'll start with the start of item 1, which will then be carried on by the planning chair later on. Just want to welcome everyone to the meeting. The meeting is being held in a COVID-safe environment and available to view on a live stream through YouTube. If I can ask if you keep your microphones on mute unless speaking. And I'll ask if we have any apologies for absence.
Councillor Dunbar.
Yep. Any from the floor? Okay, thank you. Item 3 is the minutes from the previous meeting, which was held 17th of November and has been circulated. If I can ask if we can have any items of accuracy from those minutes, please. Do you agree with those minutes? Yep.
Chair, could I raise a point from previous minutes of a previous meeting?
What would that be, please?
It's just, you did promise a presentation on the Bedlington development.
On the what, sorry?
On the Bedlington development. Now, I see there was a note put out, but that was just a note.
I did approach it at the last meeting and ask if you wanted that to proceed, and you said that you were prepared to meet privately with the cabinet member concerned.
Nobody's offered it.
I'll chase that up. More than happy to chase that up. Thank you.
I'd be more than happy that if it was a public presentation, as I originally asked for.
Yep.
A few months ago. Thank you.
By all means, yeah. Okay. So agree those minutes. Thank you. Item 4, disclosure of members' interests. No disclosures? Thank you. Item 5 is actually an error on the agenda. Apologies. So we'll move along to the item 13, which is the budget medium-term financial plan, presentation to outline the council's strategy to the 2022-23 budget within the context of the corporate plan. And I'll hand you over to Councillor Richard Wearmouth to present that, please.
Thank you, Chair and Vice Chair and members, for reorganising your agenda to allow for my diary, and apologies from Glenn that he couldn't make it today. He has a diary clash, but would like to have been here. So as the chair has identified, this is sort of the strategic or the concept that surrounds the budget. You won't see in this presentation the full detail of line by line what's in the budget. That comes at a later stage, which I'll touch on towards the end. We've been starting these presentations, and you are the second to last LAC that we will have attended, with some summary of the state of the county and seen through the prism or the context of COVID. This slide has not aged well in some respects, in that if we were in a LAC a week ago, it was up at 2,000 and odd, and it's back down, plummeting now as Omicron abates, and indeed we've seen feedback from the and news from the government today in Westminster that we'll likely see the end of restrictions and certainly the end of Plan B towards the end of this month. But it does just show the context of what our staff have been working with and what councillors have been working with, and Glenn is at pains to thank them for the work that's been done in what's been a very challenging time. It links nicely in some respects, or not nicely, with a bit of a lesson for us all here, which is the way that it's hit, that the COVID pandemic has hit different parts of our communities in different ways. And unsurprisingly, where there is inequality, COVID has hit in an unequal way. So if you're living in one of the most deprived areas of the county, and you fall within that demographic, then you're far more likely to have perished from COVID, as you can see from some of the graphs there. And that sets the frame for some of the budget that we'll talk through, which is that whilst we're moving to a position where we've got lots of big employers coming, where we've got lots of good news for the county, we must make sure that we spread opportunity as equally as possible and allow people the opportunity to make their way out of poverty and out of challenging situations. Looking at the economy in terms of how it's performed over the last number of years, and these graphs in this presentation show the time since July 2015, we've actually fared reasonably well compared to previous economic shocks. So if you were looking at the recession that came about in 2008, 2009 as part of the economic crash, or previous cycles, Northumberland would tend to get hit that much harder. But that hasn't happened this time around. And in fact, if we were to update this graph and see the data that was released just a couple of days ago, you would see that the unemployment rate in Northumberland is now at 4%, much lower than the average rate for England, the north of Tyne, or the wider northeast. And that's something that we should take great encouragement from. And indeed, through the pandemic, we've been well protected by the measures taken in terms of furlough and business support grants and so on and so forth, which we've been able to distribute very quickly as a council. But we're coming out of this crisis, this shock that's been brought about by COVID, in good economic shape. Just to touch on a couple of other points, in terms of the claimant count and the unemployment rate, we're talking now, I think it's around about 7,400 individuals in the whole of Northumberland that are claiming in terms of unemployment benefit. And then what we have seen, though, is a stubbornly high rate outside of the general sort of working age full bracket. We've seen some stubbornly high rates in younger people, 16 through to 24. I'm pleased to say that in the feedback that I've got just a couple of days ago, that is actually now back at pre-pandemic levels, but it's still high. We've still got hotspots, and I mentioned this in the Blythe and Ashington LAC last week, in places like Croft and in some of our communities that struggle a little bit more. And we must, as a council, come to a point where we can challenge that and help to change that. In terms of income, these graphs are a little bit sort of hit and miss, really. This comes from the Office of National Statistics, and you can see that there's a general increase in the average income this is a weekly income for wages in the county. But whilst we welcome it cautiously, we want to see it sustained, and we also have to recognise some of the effects that it has on us as a council and our communities. And so as we have this relatively comfortable position of low unemployment and increasing wages, so it's putting pressure on things like the care sector. And so the more attentive of you who follow cabinet meetings will note that we've just brought forward proposals to immediately implement a real living wage in the care sector to make sure that we can ensure not only that those people who've been working particularly hard during COVID get a wage that's fair, but also that care providers can meet the expectations on wages and not lose people to other sectors. It's vitally important in terms of how we deliver our care packages as a county. In terms of the corporate plan that underpins the budget, it isn't something that has changed dramatically, and indeed you will be familiar with these themes that run right the way through everything that we're trying to do as a council. We want people to thrive and to bring investment and jobs into the county. We want people to enjoy living here, to support the most vulnerable in society and ensure that we have a fantastic standard of education, and that when we're bringing these jobs and this investment into the county, that it's people from the county that are benefiting first and foremost from those, and not people travelling miles and miles on motorways or wherever in order to take advantage from other parts of the region. Enjoying and connecting is really important in terms of the corporate plan, and that includes protecting the environment, prioritising our commitments around climate change, which the leader is very passionate about, and I know that the vast majority of councillors are, and take pride in the progress that we're making towards our commitment to be net zero by 2030. And in part of that, of course, is the connection bit, which in the Seaton Valley would, of course, include stations at Seaton Delaval and in Bedlington as well, in terms of the geographical makeup of your area. But also we want to see improvements in stops in Cramlington station and so on, and we've been successful along with partners in that, and we plan to continue to push for that. But it also means in the more rural parts, obviously, of the county, much better access to broadband and mobile signal and so on, which still is a significant issue for many wards within the council. We've refreshed the corporate plan, and we've got 48 key priorities that sit alongside it. And I won't go through all of them or many of them today, other than to note that these are the sort of the additive bits. These are the bits that we're looking to really transform the county with, in addition to the day-to-day business of the council. And particularly, the leader's been at pains, and rightly so, to identify two overreaching and overarching things that are really important in that refreshed plan, which is driving economic recovery, and we've got some very good news, obviously, that you'll all be aware of, that's come to pass over the last year or so on jobs. But tackling health inequalities and in terms of our communities, and making sure that we've got a more equal society, and that means that someone who is growing up in Bedlington or in the Seaton Valley or in Cramlington has as good a life expectancy and can expect as good a deal from the council in terms of educational, housing or environment as any other person in the county. In terms of the budget and the overall funding context, this is important just to understand how and where the council gets its money from, because a good number of you are first-time councillors. All of our money doesn't just come in from council tax, it comes from a whole host of sources. And the pressures that come to bear on the council come from a whole host of directions as well. So when we're operating in a time of relative uncertainty caused in large part by the pandemic, we've got significant budget pressures, for example, on social care in particular, and I've mentioned some of the corrective action that we're taking that has been enabled by support in turn from the government. We've got significant demographic changes now and in the future, so regardless of the council as we go on in time, so our population is getting older and we have to find ways of addressing that. We've got issues, as I mentioned, on pay and on price inflation, so we've had to factor that in, and I won't have to rehearse the issues that are ongoing on inflation. You've seen the latest inflation figures just recently. That isn't to say that it plays a huge part in the budget. We're relatively, we've got good coverage in terms of some of our own electricity generation. We've done other things to make sure that we don't suffer overly from price inflation, but for example, we do see it even on our schools and on all of our capital bills. The prices are going up. Whether you're building an extension on your house and a new garage or something like that, you'll appreciate the cost of even just wood or a bit of plyboard or something is much higher than it was. In terms of ongoing impact on COVID, we've got pressures undoubtedly on income. We've seen a fall in the money that we've taken in from business rates. A lot of that's been compensated for by the government, but not all of it. And yet, as it happens, in whatever way this has come about, we've got more people paying more council tax, which has helped to sort of net that off, and actually we've had a slight increase in income in that regard. And then more generally, we can't just ignore it. At some stage, the government is going to have to come to terms with the amount of money that it's borrowed and to make it through the pandemic without that big economic shock. And eventually that, no doubt, will make its way through the system as well. So how do we go through the budget setting process? A number of you will be familiar with it at almost the minute that we've implemented this one and voted it through in February. We start the process all over again. And this year's been no exception. In October, we were told that the government would be hoping to implement what's called a 3-year, would be covering a budgetary period for 3 years. We get a 3-year settlement. We know exactly how we could plan for the future, knowing what money would be coming in from government. But that hasn't actually transpired, and with the uncertainty that is doing the rounds in the financial system, so to speak, we have a 1-year settlement. We have, in core spend, an increase of nearly 7%, 6.9% in terms of our core spend, which is good. We're happy for that. And we've got confirmation that in terms of the limit for a council tax rise, that would be 2% on the council tax and 1% on the adult social care precept, giving a total of up to 3% for the year. As we look to the future, we're looking to invest in the future, and that means implementing our climate change action plan with the various heat projects, the transport and renewable energy and waste projects that we have ongoing. And we're hopeful of seeing in the Environment Bill more information on that, which might mean, for example, that we can do more on glass recycling and other forms of recycling in due course. Attracting investment and high-quality jobs is key. We've anchored British Volt here, and now the next job is the wider Northumberland Energy Park, not just JDR Cables, who've made it clear of their intention to invest there, but all of that supply chain around those two large manufacturers and making sure as many of those jobs as possible come to Bedlington, to Camas, to all of the Blythe Valley, to Ashington and Newbiggin as well. We've got money in the form of the Borderlands Place programme to invest in key towns, and Bedlington, of course, is one of those, and we've talked about that in previous meetings. We've got an Energising Blythe programme, which is using money from the Levelling Up Fund, and in particular that involves a town deal and a future High Street Fund deal. There will be, when the Levelling Up white paper comes out in due course and shared prosperity details are announced, we're looking at opportunities in Ashington, but we've got all sorts of things that we could be doing as well across places like Cramlington and the Seaton Valley. The Northumberland line makes good progress, and we're keen to ensure that the economic corridor along its route thrives, and we're working with North of Tyne on that, and it's full steam ahead for the Northumberland line. In terms of securing major road and junction improvement, there's some pretty key ones. The A1 we want to see fully dualled. There was to be an announcement at the start of the year about dualling up to Anakin a little bit beyond, which has slipped now to June, whilst there's some more work done around the environmental performance of that, but we envisage seeing that starting in the middle of the year, and indeed what are they called now? National Highways. They change their name very often, but they've made a solid commitment to getting started as quickly as possible. We've got the Blythe Relief Road, which you'll see more on that in Q1 of this year. And importantly, certainly I'm sure to Cramlington councillors, but others, is Moor Farm roundabout, which is horrendous and in terms of being a bottleneck on the system. We've been piling pressure on government ministers. We've been working with North of Tyne, and Glenn and Wojciech were fortunate enough to sit in a meeting the other day where indeed it was confirmed that it seems that National Highways have brought forward work on the design of Moor Farm, and that's ongoing now, and we're hopeful of seeing stuff come in terms of the detail in the next few months on that. It's not a straightforward junction to, as you all know, especially the Cramlington councillors, to deal with. But it is one that we've been pushing and pushing for. It is in what's called RIS 2, but it's for implementation late on in that cycle. We're pushing for it to happen faster and with a solution that will work rather than the one that was proposed, which I know caused much consternation in the local community. We will progress and are making progress on extra care housing for young and old alike. We're delivering school builds at Berwick, Seaton Valley and Calvert Spence up in Amble. And we're keen to invest in our parks, open spaces, public conveniences and in town centre parking as well, especially with the pressures that we've seen on those services during the pandemic. And we will act to maintain our roads, walkways and cycle paths. In terms of the context and what we have to achieve in this budget, like all of the budgets that we've ever been through in my time as a councillor, we're having to save money, and that's to counteract pressures within the budget that ebb and flow with time and that demographic and all those bits. But I'm at pains to just emphasise that savings in this context doesn't necessarily mean changing anything in terms of stripping out money. It can mean money coming in a different way. So that I will touch on it in a little while. We've got maybe up to £28 million worth of savings or income that we need to create in the subsequent financial years as well. And our approach to that has first of all been to ensure that frontline services didn't get hit, and in fact the budget that you'll see in due course has ensured that there will be no cuts to frontline services whatsoever. Ensuring that financial planning is aligned with the corporate plan, so whatever we're spending money on is actually what we want to do and what we're committed as a council to achieving, rather than maybe doing business as usual if something no longer should be business as usual. Maintaining a strong financial position. The council has significant reserves which has helped us no end in terms of avoiding expensive borrowing, because we can internally borrow money from our own reserves, maximising income generation and minimising risk, ensuring that the council demonstrates value for money and delivers on its priorities. And that's really important, because lots of people will take to the airwaves, no doubt, at one particular time or another and say, oh, you know, the council's not spending as much money on X, Y or Z. Well, if you're not delivering it efficiently and effectively, it isn't a badge of honour to spend shed loads of cash. Actually, what you have to do is spend it wisely and appropriately, and that's what we're committed to doing, because every pound that you take from the taxpayer is one that you should have to justify how you spend it. And then, in terms of invest to save and one-off use of the transformational fund to make sure that we generate future savings, and in particular looking at that number of 28 million in the future. There's lots of things that we can do better as a council, more effectively, more efficiently, and there always has been. And I think if I was critical of what we've done in the last 4 years, it's that we could have made faster progress into some of that, and we're absolutely going to be targeting achieving that. This is how things fall on a portfolio by portfolio basis, and you can see the sorts of, and again I'll term it savings, that have to be made. However, when you look at some of these examples, so local services, 1.96 million, that doesn't mean that there's 1.96 million that's coming out of the budget there. In fact, in the next financial year, I think there's around about 1.5 million of that number is actually just coming from electricity sales from the energy from waste that we have a share in, and the price of electricity has gone up and more money's come in as a result. In terms of healthy lives there, that there are management efficiencies within Active Northumberland that they say they can deliver that covers that. And in children and young people and the service there will be one that Wayne will be familiar with, that there are so many out of county placements and so many things that we can do. And indeed Wayne started some of that process of making those changes, and in the coming financial year and financial years we'll be able to deliver on some of those savings and make that sort of complete change in how we're delivering on that. So you know, that gives you a bit of a flavour of how we're achieving some of those savings, but it's not really a very good word to use at all. The next steps are to from here. We've got a parallel consultation going with the public, asking them what they would want to see from the budget, which we do every year. We then go into the detail of the budget itself. It goes to an overview and scrutiny meeting, which all of the various scrutiny committees come together with the Corporate Services Committee to scrutinise the budget. We will go back through local councils again. The budget will come to Cabinet, and then the final version will be presented at full council on the 23rd of February and voted on, and I hope as many of you are able to back it as possible. And that takes us to questions.
Thank you for that, Councillor Weymouth. I was just wondering, obviously, if, given the presentation on there, will copies be made available for everyone, because it's not easy to see?
Yes, absolutely. So copies be made available. If people have questions that they go away from today and they think, oh, I wish I'd asked that, then they can send them through to myself, Jan Willis, Democratic Services, and we'll get a written reply if that's useful.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Who's first? Councillor Bowman.
Yeah. You quoted 4% unemployment rate. It's actually 5.7, and in 2021 it was 4.8. I'm concerned about those people who are losing their jobs. Is it still going to be maintained by this administration that those on benefits will have to pay 8% of their council tax, and if you're on Band D, that equates to £136 a year?
Thank you, Councillor Bowman. So I think that we've rehearsed this discussion on a number of occasions previously at full council and so on. So the position is that there's 92% support provided, which is one of the most, if not, I think it's the second most generous support that's provided to council taxpayers across the region. I know that you will say that you want to focus on Northumberland, but you may want to mention it to your colleagues in North Tyneside and Newcastle that they're not as generous as we are. In terms of the additional support, which was outlined by the 151 officer, what we will do is actually better than 100% support ultimately, and she was quite clear on that. In terms of the unemployment numbers, I'll circulate the ones that I have from officers. It's 4%. There was, even from October through to December, I think it was, there was 410 more people employed in Northumberland than was the case October through to December. We've got the best part of 4,000 jobs coming to South East Northumberland with British Fault, another 400 coming with JDR Cables, another probably 4,000 or 5,000 in the supply chain with whatever comes with British Fault, and that's not to mention other significant economic activity. If you want, you've got just over the wall in your ward, you've got huge investment by the NHS and the creation of a lot of jobs at what was the Coaties site, good jobs as well, and then making that a centre for activity for them. I saw breaking ground at, and I can't remember the name, but in Cramlington today of Tech Flow, is it? Of more investment there. You've seen planning applications go in for a very big facility just on the south side of the A19. You name it, it's happening in Northumberland, and so the bit that I hope that we have your commitment for in due course is the bit that myself and the leader, and I'm sure all of your colleagues here are really passionate about and want to happen, which is that we mustn't have a situation where someone in your neck of the woods or up at Camas or Bedlington or wherever is looking over the fence at some of these fantastic shiny new buildings and thinking what's going on in there, and we need that interruption in the system to make sure that people get a good education and get linked into these jobs, and we can do that, no doubt.
Thank you, Councillor Weymouth. Any more questions? Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks, Richard, for the presentation. I appreciate it's an overview, and we'll get the detail at the budget. There's a couple of things which just wanted to say. If you said to anybody on the street, I'll give you 92 pence off your pound, most of them would snap your hands at it. And I know we've had this ding-dong about the council tax contribution, but there are other authorities which, don't do anything. And at least we have made a stand that we're not asking for everything. We're asking for 8 pence in the pound, 92 pence off. So I think by any measure that would be a good deal. But then, and absolutely at the beginning of the presentation, you spoke about those COVID inequalities, the inequalities which were there, have been there for generations and have never been dealt with, which have been accentuated as of COVID. And I think what I hope is in the budget, and I think it's pretty much there from the overview I've got, is that we're taking a holistic view of how we actually solve some of the inequalities we've got. And one of the best ways of solving inequalities is to provide jobs. But providing jobs in and of itself is not the sole answer. We've got to make sure that we have people who are ready to work. So some of those people that quoting at the 5% unemployment rate might be people who are furthest away from the labour market, either because of ill health or actually because they feel that they can't work. So I would hope within the budget and within the pressure we're putting on the Combined Authority and Department of Work and Pensions, that we absolutely, for Northumberland, are pushing for a pilot which is a ready-for-work pilot to target those people furthest away from the labour market, to get them into jobs so that they can actually be economically active and actually physically and mentally better off. And that, I think, will be transformative if we get that, because of the British vault, the stuff that we've got with the warehouse operator and all those bits and bobs. All of those will fail unless we make sure that our population and that sector of our population currently out of work is able to come into work. So I really hope that there's something within that. I'm delighted about the real living wage within the care sector. I actually think, and I'm being blunt here, I think we need to make the care sector more sexy. I think we've got to actually show people that it is a really good job. So I think there's a piece of work around that. The other thing as well, which I think we're missing a slight trick on, is yes, we've got to find jobs for people and have people ready for jobs, but also not forgetting the fact that most of our companies in Northumberland are small SMEs, and we also have people who are involved in startups. In Manor Walks, for example, Manor Walks have allowed pop-up shops, so people can come in. They're making candles at home, they're making lots and lots of things at home, and they're testing it out, and they're actually getting orders, and then they're developing a business. And in fact, there is a large cake manufacturer now has an established unit in Manor Walks who actually came from that. So I think as a council, what I'd like to see more of is looking at what our estate is, how we can flex that estate to offer things like pop-up shops, pop-up warehouses for people who want to get their own business underway and then in turn recruit people. So I hope within the budget we're going to get something on that as well. Local energy, bang on. I was involved in meetings years ago about Bly, the empty pits, all the mine water, heating that up, bang, 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 warming people's homes. It's got to happen. London, for example, many of the local authorities in London are heating council house homes from surplus heat from the tube. Now, they've done that in about 4 years. We've got to stop dragging our heels, because there is a crisis in terms of our heating costs, fuel costs, and we have probably should send someone down to London to talk to some of those boroughs about how it is within a matter of years they've gone from zero to heating homes from surplus heat from the underground. It can be done if there's the will. So I would like that absolutely written into our budget, because part of this budget is not just COVID recovery, it's dealing with the cost of living issues which we're facing. More from roundabout, delighted, because we need that aging well communities, love that as well. Please, we'll have some in Cramlington. And the savings, yes, the devil is always going to be in the detail of the savings, but I'm very confident, and I know about the children's services team, that they will generate savings. And actually we do generate income, because we have places in one of our secure units which other councils pay to send very troubled young people to, and they're actually getting full, comprehensive wraparound support which will help them in their lives. I always wanted to get more of those done, and I think that, you know, we shouldn't just talk about cuts, we should talk about how we, the power of a local authority, can generate income, can actually use the power that we can convene to actually bring money, jobs, people into our community. So absolutely, I think on what you've said, we'll get the devil of the detail. That sounds like a budget which is a kind of a win-win, and I think we should welcome that. And I particularly welcome of the stuff with reference to Cramlington. Obviously, you know, people get upset when I bang on about Cramlington, but it's where I live. Yes, let's just, I think, move on with these, and let's actually get back to doing our full-time day job and making this the best place to live in the country. So very happy with that. Thank you, Richard.
Response, Councillor Weymouth?
Thank you, Wayne. So I won't do what maybe happened with the national budget of giving loads of the stuff away as to what's actually going to happen in it before it's actually there in front of you. So you'll be comforted that the themes that you've picked out there are the themes that we're looking to achieve. And I hope that when we come to articulate it in due course, that we can detail a little bit about what's happening in communities on a lot of the fronts that you've made there. And you'll see, I think, some further really interesting stuff on education and employability, probably even before then, in terms of stuff that we're working on a national basis as well.
Thank you. Councillor Ezel-Sherburn.
Thank you, Chair. So I think the lecture given by my councillor friend Daly, it wasn't a lecture. It was a lecture. It was going on for about 10 minutes. I thought it will go on for 50 minutes as in university. So thank you for keeping it to 10.
Blame the chair.
So three important points, like it appears the council tax is going by 2%, but the spend is going by 7%. So that's a real good thing. And also, I think Richard or Wearmouth pointed out that there is no cuts in services, baseline, frontline services. That is actually a good news. And also, you are doing some investment as well. The 2 points I would like to emphasize is that, like, for example, in my area, in the patch, I represent parts of Cramlington. Parts of Cramlington are very new, lots of young people, but certain parts of Cramlington are like, started in the 70s, people moved in when they were very young, but now they are getting older and older. It requires a little bit of infrastructure investment support. Like recently in the LTP program, they put lots of disabled curbs so that they can move to cycle paths, because there are the number of people using disabled scooters are increasing in my patch especially. Because so this adjustment, the overall population slowly becoming older and requiring more and more assistance, I think some of the investment should go there, I believe. We have done cycle paths in Cramlington, phase 1, but phase 2 and phase 3 are still pending. I think there has been some promises coming through, so I think we should consider that, if not in this budget, but the next one, to have this one. And the second thing, of course, I completely agree with Councillor Daly's emphasis on making people employable. In fact, I was reading in the paper that there are 100,000 posts still vacant in NHS alone. 100,000 posts vacant, because that article was advising the health minister not to sack people who are who are not vaccinating themselves. So much of jobs are available out there. So we need to make young people aware of these opportunities and then make them employable. And a long time ago, when I was talking to Blythe MP, he was saying he was starting some technology college or something like that. Some kind of program is going on. Are we as a council involved in that one? Are we cooperating or anything? If you could highlight any such information, that will be helpful as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Ezel-Sherburn. So, a few bits there. I mean, first of all, there are lots of opportunities, lots of jobs out there. I think Cramlington, if I remember the data I was reading a little bit earlier, is a particular hotspot, for example, for social care for NHS workers and so on and so forth. Not totally surprising, given you have such a huge hospital there, but you've got lots of other stuff going on as well. And I think it's one of the places where there really is a high level of vacancies across the county. When it comes to, I think you're describing a UTC and all that kind of stuff, there's a holistic picture that's been developed very well by the education team, looking at what's coming into the county and what we need in order to marry up with that and make sure that we get all of that good early and correct intervention. We get the programs in place to make sure that people are trained in the areas that they need to be trained in. I mean, I went to university, I studied a subject which I barely used since I left. It was a complete waste of my time. We don't want people wasting their time doing stuff that they didn't need to do. Let's try and make sure that when they come out of education that they're work ready and not having to be trained all over again. So you'll see a lot of stuff on that. I can't be too clear about what it is at the moment, because there's bits that are embargoed, or that are this or that and the other. So you'll see more on that in due course. But you'll be pleased, and it's in the right direction, and you'll see it all at Fax and other places, I'm sure, in due course. So And on the bit on ageing, you know, it would absolutely, we need to make sure that our place programmes are fit, not only that, you know, we're adding cycleways and so on and so forth and getting people moving around more easily like that, but that our towns and communities consider the bit about mobility and about accessibility for the elderly and for dementia sufferers and all of the other types of and groups of more vulnerable individuals who we want to stay at home for as long as possible rather than going into care, because there's no better place than being at home so long as you can manage to be at home.
Thank you, Councillor Weymouth. Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Chair. Richard, I've got several questions. I'll try and keep them brief and keep the big ones for the scrutiny meeting. This 4% unemployment rate, or 5%, or whatever it is, I mean, it wasn't that long ago we had 18%, I can remember. So it would help to know where the areas are that are expanding, that are offering these jobs. I'd really like to know that, because that's where we need to whack some help and help them grow even more. You mentioned the Levelling Up Fund. Has that been finalised?
So I'll answer the first two. We can try and extract some data for you in terms of where that is. I mean, ultimately, obviously, the big opportunity that's coming is the 3,000-4,000 jobs in just one facility that's going to be sat right on the doorstep for Bedlington.
Yeah, but that hasn't impacted on your 4%, has it?
No, not yet. I
Yeah.
mean, it's, we've only got 7,400 people that are unemployed in the county, and we've got potentially 8,000 or 9,000 jobs. It doesn't take a genius to work out that they're not all going to come from Northumberland and so on and so forth. We want as many of them as possible. In terms of the levelling up bit, I think that there's a white paper. I'm hearing rumours at the latest, the first week in February, but you tell me what's going on in Westminster and work out what's going to happen when. But that's the rough timetable for shared prosperity and levelling up white paper is that time period.
You just mentioned money going into Blythe. I was just wondering how you got money into Blythe on something that hasn't been finalised yet.
So there was a specific pot of money that went that wasn't part of the levelling up white paper, wasn't part of the shared prosperity fund. That came later, but there was a slug of money that came initially that towns were placed on a list in terms of the level of intervention that the government felt that they needed. Blythe was on that list. It's up to us now to work out what we want to do in terms of the economic performance across the county. So already we've put funding against Bedlington, which will be your particular interest from the Borderlands Place programme. We know that we need to make reasonably significant intervention in Ashington. It can't be ignored the fact that it is one of the more deprived areas of the county, whereas others, Morpeth, Cramlington, are actually performing quite well. Bedlington is another area in Newbiggin that we know we've got to have some sort of intervention with.
Okay, the government settlement you mentioned. Can you tell us if it was plus or minus what was anticipated in the draft budget?
So it was roughly on the money. I think it was slightly more generous than we were anticipating. But you know, we sort of put our finger in the air every year and hope and see for the best. And then it's a really weird system working out a council budget, because like, literally that comes on like Boxing Day or the day or in the run up to Christmas, as Wayne will know from previous experience within the cabinet. And you know, so you work on an assumption, and we got pretty much what we assumed.
Right. I mean, I know what you've said several times, that you don't want the discrepancies in the budget to be called cuts or savings or whatever you want to call them. But there is a discrepancy, and the discrepancy is between what you're budgeting and the actual cost. Now, you can either make that up by cutting it, or you can make that up by income generation. So, as part of your budget proposal, local services, income opportunities and fee optimisation, what does that mean?
So income opportunities, I touched on with local services, was a big amount of money coming in from, we sell our waste to the, I think it's down at Teesside, the facility, and we're making, I can't remember, I think it was around about 1.4 million or something from that. We've got other bits where we can sell waste streams, and I think there's a few 100,000 that come in from that. I think I can't remember, and then the other examples would be that I think nationally the level for planning application fees has gone up slightly. We've got opportunities to bring in money by offering a solid and useful pre-planning advisory service, so that when you put your planning application in, you know that you've satisfied everything that the council expects, and it should flow faster. It doesn't affect the outcome. You'll still be, either given permission or not based on your merits. But it's that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Another one out of your draft budget was community services, so almost just over £1/3 million cut. What are community services?
I'll have to look back, and I can send you a summary of, and you'll see it in the budget, the full budget in any case, about the breakdown of where these things have come from.
I'm just wondering if you call it community services. I'm not quite sure what community services means. That's all.
I'll have to double check exactly what it is against the spreadsheet, Councillor Robinson. I know that it's highly likely in that instance probably to be a number of posts that have not been not been filled, and we've found that actually we've been able to function perfectly well without them. We've got that across a number of parts of the business. I mean, the other thing I should have mentioned, incidentally, is that there's no compulsory redundancy or anything within this budget in terms of staff either.
And given the news coming out of America today about the 5G aerial stuff, is that worrying? Given that one, the flight plan certainly Blythe Newcastle Airport.
I can't say I've seen it. Is this? It's not a vaccine question, is it?
No, it's a 5G aerial question.
I shall research it. It's the first I've seen of it, but I will check.
My final question, and I'll declare an interest in this one, because my wife's a care worker, but she's subcontracted to NCC. So is the increase for all care workers, even the subcontracted ones?
Yes. So if you have a look at the, I'm pretty sure it was in the public part of the cabinet. There's two papers there. One is looking at pay, and that's intended, and we looked at, and I think we've put mechanisms in there to make sure that it cascaded through, because what's happening with care providers isn't necessarily so much that they're financially struggling, but they struggle when their staff aren't there, and they have to either find some massive payment for agency staff, or they have to try and so this is a big bit on staff retention in the and as Councillor Daly was mentioned, make people realise that they're valued in this job. It is a really valuable job. It's a fantastic profession and service that you provide to your fellow resident in Northumberland, and so that's that bit. There was also a paper in there, if I'm recalling correctly, on a one-off bonus that was passed down by the government as well, and that should filter into those parts of the sector, as well as bits that are controlled by
It just
NCC.
doesn't say all care workers. And I mean, for instance, you'll know that for 17 years they've never had a pay increase. In fact, last year we gave them a pay decrease when we took money off them.
I don't have last year's budget to hand, and you've raised that with me previously, when it wasn't my portfolio, and I hope, all I can say is that I hope that this increase to the real living wage, rather than the national living wage or anything else like that, it's actually pegged to the level of income across the country. We've spread that up by, I think, two and a half years. I think we've sped that up in terms of the process of delivering that. They were converging in any case, but we've actually got there straight away.
Well, you know, I'll let you know if it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
I'll be quick with this one. Thank you, Chair. You talked about protecting frontline services and there being no cuts. So am I reading in that the library service would be safe and secure and invested in? And secondly, what is the stance with the youth service? Will it be expanded or will it be diminished? What is your proposals in the budget for that?
Thank you, Councillor Bowen. So you'll see the full detail in the papers that are released in, I mean, literally, what date are we on now? It'll be a couple of weeks, and those papers will be in the hands of scrutiny, and you'll see the full detail there. We went through, as you'll recall, a consultation for the library service, and the reply to that consultation, and it isn't my portfolio, so forgive me for not being all over the detail of the library bit, but that's what will be implemented. And the other bit was a question on, sorry, I forgot. Oh, youth service.
Yeah,
You'll see the detail in that, but I don't recall there being significant or any change to youth service provision. But watch out for the detail and ask the question then when you see it.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just, I think it was either the beginning of this week or the end of last week, there was, it was reported that the county had, would incurred costs of around £600,000 due to waste being put into recycling streams that couldn't then be recycled. I think a lot of the blame from that was coming down to obviously manufacturers using packaging that couldn't be recycled without really making it clear on the packaging what could and what couldn't. But I just think it would be useful if we could, if something was being done in terms of education and in things with people and trying to make it clearer what can and can't and trying to tackle that problem, because that £600,000 is something that is an avoidable cost that would then obviously provide savings within the budget. So it would be good just to see something around that. I know we did mention about recycling as well. Thank you.
So thank you through your chair. So that's a really interesting and valuable point. I'll make that point to some future informal cabinet, because you're right. If you put some glass in the paper waste or whatever, and some people get confused about what it is that they can and can't do, that basically becomes valueless or worse. So dead right.
Councillor Viljack.
Is there a plan in the budget to bring all, if not more, services in-house? It's frustrating that we rely on outside agencies and companies to tackle bread and butter issues across the wards, which obviously taxpayers and residents expect to be resolved. So, for instance, the overgrowth in the autumn, we had that was a big, there was a big kerfuffle there, wasn't there, across all wards in Northumberland. You know, since May, I've had a few cases where outside companies have went to resolve jobs across the ward. They've done it to a low standard, and then, you know, me and the officers are having to chase them up to then have to come back, you know, and it just causes anguish for residents. So I would like to know that.
Thank you. I would have to defer to Councillor Riddle, I suspect, on the detail of that, because I'm not aware of quite how they're, you know, I get involved in the sort of the more top level, what it is that they're spending, how they're breaking it down. But what I couldn't tell you with any certainty is whether they're looking to bring more in-house. I know we have used contractors. We were doing a lot of work in the last few years trying to improve roads, and that involved a lot of contract work. Some of them were excellent, some of them less so. And I think sometimes it's about finding the right people to do the work. But appreciative of the point. Thank you very much, Councillor Viljack.
Do we have any more questions? A couple of points, if I can, Councillor Weymouth. For Councillor Robinson, British Fault jobs, I don't know if you've noticed, they've actually been advertising some this week. I know it's not 3,000, but there's been a dozen or so gone up on their social media site, so they're making a start. They've got to build a place first, so there's a few I've noticed gone on there. When we talk about employability, we're talking about the 16 to 24s, I know from the Family and Children's Services and the number of reports we've had there over the past couple of years, there's a lot of work going on, or you know, we're making some headway into getting employers into education, so that it's not just studying your you know, basic subjects, it's learning the right subjects to get you into employment and in further education as well. So we're getting, you know, businesses involved. British Fault are one of them. You know, they've been along, and many others to follow. About income, there's a number of services, as you, Councillor Daly, will know. Our county council carries out a number of services throughout the council on behalf of other authorities due to our experiences and specialities, and that generates income, which is very welcome. And you know, there's a lot of authorities come to us in various areas. And you mentioned about savings, you know, about just doing stuff over and over again and paying for it. I'm sure there's many people here who maybe, I'm going to give the example of, drive a vehicle. You don't just pay for your renewal every year, you shop around, and if you can save £50 by doing someone else, then that's not a cut, it's a saving. Yeah, and that's working sensibly. One thing I did want to pick up on, and you mentioned it very briefly, was business in Cramlington. So, very grateful, everyone's very grateful for the massive business coming in various areas of Northumberland. Cramlington business brings in the highest business rates into Northumberland, but we get very little say about that. We don't hear anything about it, and we've got significant areas which are empty, vacant, and need something done, whether it's small business or big business. And I think we need to promote that, more, and fill some of those spaces, and get out there and advertise it. And we've got some massive names in Cramlington, so why don't we get in touch with them and promote them a bit more, because I'm sure that would help to generate more names to come into Cramlington as well.
Thank you, Chair. So just on that bit, one of the problems that we're going to have as a county is we're about to implement our local plan. We were criticised initially by the inspector for having too much employment land in there, and now we've practically wiped it all out. Everything at Camas, the land which has stood vacant for so long south of the A19 and south of where Gladmans have their stuff, if that gets built out, we are going to be struggling for space. We need to push that space in Nelson Industrial Park and Village and so on. There is space in there, as Councillor Flux will know. There's probably a need to find more land, if I'm honest, as long as it's sensitively located. There's definitely a big opportunity for all of the pharmaceutical industry that you've got in Cramlington that we need to shout about. That you've got a unique cluster there. It's one of the northeast significant part of what was a very big speciality for the northeast, and we need to shout out about that more and understand what they can do to expand and anchor here in the new climate that we've got. And I'm sure that there's lots of opportunity post a huge pandemic for them to contemplate what investment looks like in that space. So very, very sensible comment indeed. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you very much for your time today. I'm sure we're all looking forward to not only the services, etc., where the budget is being allocated, but how much money is being allocated to our own individual areas, and we'll be thumbing through the budget when it's presented to us. But thank you very much for that today.
Thank you all.
Okay, so at this point I'm going to hand you over to the planning chair, who's going to continue with the next part of the meeting.
Thanks, Chair. So we've got one application to consider this month, and as always, for every application that will be introduced, I'll check that members have had the opportunity to read through their application, and will then be informed of any updates or changes to the recommendations that are in the report, and the planning officer will then present that report. We'll then move on to public speaking, and the objectors will have up to 5 minutes. And that would be shared if there was more than one objector. Then the local member will have 5 minutes, and then the applicant and or supporter will get 5 minutes. We'll then go on to members' questions to the planning officers, and once we've exhausted those questions, we'll then move on to the debate, which will follow a proposal and seconder for the application to be approved or not to be approved. Once the debate's finished, we will move on to a vote, and that will be the end of that particular planning application. So we'll move on to the application 21/02154/
I think they just need a few minutes to come down to the front and set up.
All right, okay, sorry.
We're ready? Okay.
Right,
So this will be for the proposed loft conversion at Woodland View, 4 Shields Road, Hartford Bridge. And what they are proposing is effectively a raising of the roof height, so we can fit in so they could fit in a dormer windows on the front and within what is really a courtyard in the middle. As you can see, it runs along Shield Road, and we've got a range of different types of properties here. There's not a uniform design really, and at the moment the application property is a bungalow, and they're trying to get a semi-story almost on top, because it's not going to be a full 2-story addition. Let's see, there we go. So this is the existing site plan. As you can see, that's the C shape of the floor plan. There'll be a slight extension to the front. That's a 2-story. That's a 2-story extension to the front. You'll see on the elevation shortly. And to the rear, it projects 2.2 metres out at the most extensive bit, and then 0.7 metres at the least extensive bit. It can't really be described as an extension because it's more of an expansion of the building itself. These are the existing floor plans against the proposed floor plans. What we can see is there's addition of bedrooms, a bathroom, and a games room, a cinema and bar area to what would be the first floor. As it stands, there is no first floor. These are the existing elevations. The one you can see top left is what you can see from the road. Top right is what you can see from looking at it from the north. Bottom left is what you're looking at from the south, and what you're still looking at on bottom right is what you're looking at from the east. These are the proposed elevations from inside the courtyard area. So you've got 2 dormers on that side. One of which, the one on the left, has a dual-lit balcony, and on the right you're looking at the other side of the courtyard, and we've got a dual-lit balcony on that dormer there as well. Installation of roof lights on both sides, as you can see, and these are the proposed elevations. I'll just skip back quickly to the existing ones so you can have a comparison. Again, top left is what you're looking at from the road, and that will be the difference from viewing it from the public domain. There's an obvious raising of roof height, and there'll be introduction of roof lights on basically on all angles. In a moment I'll speak to you about the neighbouring properties. These are site photographs and what you're looking at from the road. The bottom right picture is the photo of the neighbour to the south. And I think maybe we have one of you can catch a bit of, in the top right photo you can catch a bit of the northern neighbour. And then this is the western neighbour. It's located behind the application property. They've got a shared drive, and then this is the northern neighbour. It's as you can see, there's no uniform correlation of designs within the street scene. And this is how the southern neighbour will be seen from the application property.
So yeah, so we've put forward a movement for approval based on the fact that there are the design itself. There is no strict design form, as I was saying. Dwellings located on the slope, so there's not like a continuous roof line as such shared between the properties. The general form of the application site would be retained with the C-shaped footprint. The addition of a first floor would be in line with its neighbours, as both neighbours do have a first floor addition, and the proposed gable at the front would echo that at number 6, the northern neighbour. The amenity approval reasons, there was an initial proposition of dormer windows, which would be on the southern elevation, but because of the slope of the house, the slope of the topography, the house would then effectively be looking out onto the southern neighbour from these dormers. They've been replaced with roof lights, which are although there would be a level of overlooking with roof lights could be installed under permitted development rights anyway, so it would be a bit difficult to warrant refusal on that one. There is an encroachment on 4A. That's the neighbour to the west to the rear. If we can go back, this one here. But the encroachment would be toward that elevation, which doesn't have any windows on it, so there'd be no loss of light for those rooms. There would be no loss of outlook in that sense. There's a concern for overlooking for the northern neighbour as well, coming from the where have we gone? Coming from the dormers within the courtyard. However, these dormers will be looking directly at one another. It is possible there will be some overlooking of the garden. If I can go back to the map. But when you're going to be looking at it, taking a 45-degree angle, so to speak, from here and out here, I don't think it's enough to warrant refusal on that either. There is one design issue that we had some concerns over, and that's the proposed that's the proposed roof lights that face the west. The lower part of these here, we were thinking perhaps they could be finished with obscure glazing, or maybe removed completely, just to remove any chance of people congregating near the window and then possibly looking over the driveway at the rear neighbour. Is that everything we've covered? Okay. And yeah, that's everything we've to conclusion with the moment. Yeah.
Chair, just one thing to add. Richard's just mentioned the windows there on the west elevation, the Velux windows, and it was proposed that if we members were minded to approve the application, if they could consider one additional condition. If I could just read that out, what we would propose to address the Velux windows, and that is final details of the design and size of the Velux windows on the western elevation shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority prior to installation. Thereafter, the Velux windows shall be installed and retained in perpetuity as approved. And the reason is to protect the interests of neighbouring privacy. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Do any members have any questions for the planning officer? Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just come on to the public responses, number of objections, 17. Can I just ask, is that 17 different houses or 17 people? Theoretically, you could have a house with 6 people in it. So can I just clarify, where have they come from?
There was some, I can't say repeated because they weren't repeated. When the amended plans came in, there was some further, well, back and forth regarding what had been changed with the new plans. So it was sometimes the same people, and then I think a couple of the comments, I think like maybe the first one they'd forgotten to put some bullet points in, and then you effectively got another one which repeated the same thing, but then with some other stuff on as well. So that was why we have the number we do, but it's from the three neighbours that I've pointed out.
And can I just come back with another question, if that's all right? So is the reason that we've got this in front of us this evening because of the objection from the parish council?
Chair, yes, it's when we get an objection from a parish council, we put it on the chair referral list, and it goes to the chairs of the committee and Rob Murphy to decide whether they feel it should come to committee or not. And obviously, with the number of objections, I think it worked out as 4 of them were from one person, 7 were from another person, and then there were a mixture of others as well.
Excuse me, sorry to come in at this point. Just in terms of procedure, once the officers have made their presentation, we'll move on to the speakers, and then sorry, I should apologise. So if we could just go on to the public speakers, please. I'll do the timings, and then obviously if anybody has any questions, they're more than welcome to join in.
I'll repeat my questions after we've heard from the public speakers. I was invited in.
So we'll move on to public speaking then, and we've got one objector present. So we've got Kim Bamborough, who will be speaking on behalf of the objectors for this application. So Kim, in your own time, the timer will start when you start speaking.
Okay. We would like to thank you all for allowing this meeting today to voice our objections against this proposed application to 4 Woodlands View. I speak on behalf of the immediate neighbours, myself, 4B, 4A and the Richardsons at number 6. The overall problem is the lack of privacy to all neighbours concerning this build. While it has been accepted that the 2 Juliet balconies and dormer windows on the south side were problematic, with a total loss of privacy at 4B, and have been changed to roof lights, the problems are still there, as anyone can still have full view from these roof lights into our garden and patio. We know this as a fact, as we ourselves have roof lights on the south side of our property and can view directly down and out over the field below. We spend most of our time in our private back garden as we are both retired, and this will totally compromise our privacy. The bar area roof lights will look directly into a bedroom, 2 shower rooms and the main living area, and the proposed new front door will also look directly into our main living area, again losing our privacy. Presently there are large conifers partly obscuring their view, but what's to stop these being cut back or down in the future, giving us unobscured view into all our north-facing windows? As this problem has been recognised regarding these dormers and Juliet balconies, why has the same consideration not been given to 4A and number 6? Not only do these 2 properties lose their privacy into their gardens, but also directly into their homes. 4A will be completely overlooked on the east side of their single-storey bungalow from the new proposed upper floor west elevation, consisting of a huge 6-pane cabrio-style balcony. This is supposed to be 4A's forever home, where they should feel safe and secluded from any visual impact. They should not have to be worried about lack of privacy when relaxing in their own conservatory, kitchen area and garden and spending time with family either indoors or out. Another problem for 4A is the impact of the increased footprint on this western extension so close to the boundary. This will impact on their privacy and the detrimental effect on their well-being and enjoyment of their property. Number 6, the Richardsons will also lose total privacy into their back garden, which is currently a completely private area, and is unable to be viewed by anyone. This would be in full view from the west-facing courtyard balcony and a huge floor-to-ceiling painted glass window. Also, their kitchen, dining social area would again be in full view from the east-facing Juliet balcony. This area is where Mr. Richardson dresses in the mornings and undresses each evening due to his business workloads. Once the light is on in the morning at number 6, these proposed bedrooms would have full view directly into this once private area. The garden is a sanctuary for Christine, who is currently receiving medication for cancer. And spends hours gardening and sunbathing, and should be able to do so in swimwear in the privacy of our own garden, but would then be unable to do that. The height of the proposed extension will block all the light and sunshine to the rear garden of number 6 in the winter months when the sun is low in the sky. When a previous development was approved at the bottom of number 6's garden, it was stated that no privacy would be lost, as no windows were allowed because they would look directly into their home. Why is this different now? It was mentioned that the roof ridge lines of the 4 properties, number 4, 4A, 4B and 6, were of different heights. But number 4, 4A and 6 are all approximately the same height, and 4 and 4B are exactly the same roof height. It was a stipulation when 4B was built in 2010 that its height was not to exceed the roof line of number 4. While we accept that the properties are all individual in Hertford Bridge, the overall aesthetics of this building does not blend in with the surrounding homes, as already noted. No one has a grey tiled roof or green windows, and the properties along Shields Road are either bungalows or Dutch bungalows, not a complete 2-storey house. This is a total overdevelopment in the small hamlet of Hertford Bridge, and if sold, could well become a 7-bedroom property. Thank you to the committee for listening.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the elected member of the division, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Normally I wouldn't get involved in domestic planning issues because I believe you should be able to do what you reasonably want and improve your quality of life within the confines of your own home, garden, whatever. Of course, this comes with its own codicil that it doesn't impinge on others around you. After being contacted by the neighbours and going for a look myself, I just can't see how that is possible in this case. Anyone going on today's site visit will have seen, if you did visit the neighbouring houses and look from their perspective, that it is certainly going to be a case of overlooking loss of privacy. There's highways issues, access issues, material issues and build density issues. I've read the officer's response, some I can understand, others have left me perplexed. Most of those are just because of where the application is cited, and the fact that these material considerations are more than apparent means this needs to go back to the drawing board. Saying that, I don't see how most of them can be ameliorated in this case, so you can have a straightforward application. The build could be classed as overdevelopment because of its mass and scale. The materials are out of keeping with the rest of the nearby houses. There's certainly an access issue for the house which uses the same drive. Not only that, with double yellow lines outside on the main road, materials and builders' vehicles will have to be parked within the site, and it seems pretty clear that shared drive will have to be used, denying access to the house behind for considerable periods. And the overlooking and loss of privacy for all the neighbouring properties is more than apparent, given the height of the proposed building and its windows, etc. If there was just one problem, maybe you or the planners could suggest a workaround. But in this case, there are just too many issues to be overcome, so I would suggest a refusal would be appropriate in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll move on to our final public speaker for this application, the supporter, Michael Whale.
Yes, hi there. Hi, Council, Committee members. So my name's Michael Whale. I'm the applicant resident and lived in this region for all of my life and worked here all of my life as well. So the primary reason for the build and for the extension is to give more bedrooms and a bit of living space for my 5-year-old granddaughter and my adult daughter who has health conditions, which I'm not going to expand on in this meeting. We had employed an experienced architect and a highly qualified structural engineer to look through the design, to do it all in alignment with the planning policies and regulations, and understood the sort of acceptance that's been presented by the county planning officer. In the, pre-designs and then the first design that we submitted, we were respectful of the neighbours and modified the design as has been referenced as we move forward. On the point of privacy, one of the drivers is to actually help create a bit more privacy for ourselves. We have number 6 stepping out into our land, right onto our driveway, looking into a bedroom, looking into our kitchen. I had to inform that individual today for doing the same thing. For 4B, they can see into our bedroom from their upper and lower floor windows. And as you can see from the design, there's no windows looking directly onto 4A. So all we're looking for really in terms of the application is the same sort of roof windows and ridge height as our neighbours, and probably the same level of privacy that, with our neighbours as well as a worst case. And in terms of obviously it's been take the sort of feedback from our neighbours and our councillor friend here. Number 6, actually, when we talked about it, invited us in to see what they had done, said we should take some advice from them, get bigger dormers. We walked the neighbour from 4A around the facility seeing what we were going to do. So it's nice actually for me to have this opportunity, because through the public comments process, obviously, as I said, there's a lot of comments being put in there that we haven't had a right to communicate back on. But I do want to point out there's a lot of misinformation, exaggeration, and also some misinterpretation of the plans that's gone on, which has probably led to a lot of the objections. And by those making the comments, the ridge height being one, the roof slope and the windows, roof lights. So my final point is just around the sort of the recommendation to proceed. I'd like that to go ahead. We've respectfully followed the process. We've not sought to influence anyone disingenuously. We have submitted the plans to meet the policies with a design that's consistent with the Hertford Bridge residents. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the application for the benefit of my family. And if there's any questions that you have, I'd like to be able to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you to all public speakers. So at this point, we'll move on now to members' questions. So I'll go back to Councillor Daly, if that's all right.
Right, so I'll repeat the 2 questions. We'll just go through the process here. So number 1, 17 objections. Are those 17 different people, or are there 17 different houses? What is the composition of those objections? And the secondary is the reason that it's being brought to panel tonight. Is that because of the parish council objecting?
Yes, Chair, partly because of the parish objection and also because of the number of objections that we've received. The protocol is to put it on the chair referral list and let the chair and Rob Murphy decide whether it should be a delegated or committee decision. And it was decided to be committee decision, and that's why it's here. In terms of the objections, yes, there's been a number of those from the same person. Some of them raising different points in each objection, but it's not 17 objections from 17 different people. There are multiples from the same people. Thank you, Chair.
So just so I've got this really clear in my head, what we have are objections totaling 17 points, but not necessarily from 17 different people.
That's correct.
Any other councillors? Councillor Bowman?
Can I ask, what is the distance between the proposed developments and the nearest neighbours around it? I know that there's got to be, is it 20 metres difference between each property?
There's got to be 21 metres between windows of habitable rooms. That doesn't come into the equation in this application. There are no habitable rooms that would be directly facing each other in such a manner that would require that kind of situation to be called up into the process.
Chair, if I could just add to that, the application site and the site to the south, which I think is 4C, is that? The house directly to the south. There is a kitchen window on one of the elevations, but the facing elevation of the application site is the one where we've asked for this additional condition to either obscure or remove the bottom layer of Velux. So again, just to increase that privacy distance, the top layer of Velux are obviously on a sloped roof and the higher up, so there isn't an immediate sort of visual from those into the kitchen on the neighbouring house to the south.
Do we have any other questions? Councillor Flux.
Thank you. I noticed it's an extension and Juliet windows and things like that on there. Would this house have PD rights to put, like, you know, the normal extension, kind of like windows, the ones that go like that, you pull up and down kind of thing like you see? Would they be able to put windows in that without coming to a planning committee?
Yes, Chair. Velux windows are permitted developments.
Right,
so
okay, that's just what I wanted clarifying in my mind. Thank you. I
Yes.
thought that was a case. I just wanted heard from the mouth. Thank you.
Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, I was one who visited on the site visit this morning. Following the visit, what I wanted to check was, with regards to the balconies, which are under discussion, and I know they're around the garage area, they sort of face each other. Do these proposed balconies extend beyond the boundary, or are they in line? As in, what I'm trying to understand is, if you were to open the windows, do you step out onto the balcony, or are these the ones where they're just in place so that you can't fall out of the window if you were to open the doors, as it were? That's what I'm trying to establish.
Yeah, Chair, Juliet sits just proud of the window. There's no stepping out, there's no platform. You can't, it's really to allow when you want, it's for building regulation purposes, it's when you want doors rather than a window, the doors will open in over or sort of sideways like that. And for protection purposes, you've got to put what's called this Juliet balcony in front of it. But it doesn't, that's all it does, really serves a protection barrier. You can't use it, you can't step onto it, and it sits literally inches in front of that window, probably 6-7 inches. Yeah, you can just see on those slides there, it's, if you go, have you got the floor plans, Richard, just so we can see 2 up, I think it is? Yeah, it's possibly a bit difficult to see, but I think the point is you can't actually see them on there, and it's because they're not a full-on balcony.
I think I know what you mean. The only distance is it allows the fixings onto the side of the wall.
Yeah, basically that's all it does.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Councillor Daly.
Yeah, so it's a final question, and I'm sorry if I want to do a belt and braces on this, but I think it's really important. So, we've heard it said earlier on in a question which I asked, that the reason that we've got this is because the parish council have asked for it to be brought here because of a concern they have. Had the parish council not brought it here, I'm looking at 14 on page 19. There were a total of 14 summary of responses, 14 reasons why however many people have said they don't want this. Overlooking, loss of light, design, impact. 2-metre fence would cause loss of light, impact on foundations, sewerage, don't like the contractors, there'll be a toilet there, use the woods, construction hours, all that stuff. None of those things, I just want to clarify, would trigger a planning officer to refuse this application. So in a sense, what I'm just saying is, on those 14 reasons there, or any of them and I know you put responses in, but I just want to clarify this, or any of those 14 reasons, material reasons why we should refuse this tonight?
Chair, yes, there are material planning considerations in there, overlooking, design, the impact on the highway, because there is a construction method statement, construction method condition attached to the report. Foundations isn't so much a planning consideration. That would be something building control would look at. Proposed 2-metre rear fence causing loss of light, yes, that's a material planning consideration. Not so much the respectableness of contractors, portaloos, potential heavy machinery, construction hours, yes, but they would be covered by this construction management statement. So it's a bit of half and half. There are material planning considerations in there that could form a refusal basis.
Councillor Ferguson.
Hey, yeah, there's a lot of references obviously to the change in the roof height, but I can't see anything, apologies if it is in the report, as to how much higher the roof's going to go. Do we know how much that change of height is going to be?
So if you're looking at the southern elevation, if I can get that up. So that's the one at the bottom left. So that's the proposed height would be 6.4 metres, roughly, because it's not an exactly flat. It's not an exactly flat surface from an existing 5.9 metres. From the front, which is the top left, on the top left there, it would the existing height is 4.3 metres here. On the right hand side, I mean, we'll on the left hand side on the ridge, that's 5.9 metres, as I was talking about for the south elevation. The proposed height would be 6 metres, so you're looking at an increase of 1.7 from the front. And then at the rear, that'll be the bottom right. On the left hand side, you're looking at 4.3 metres, like from the front, and on the right hand side it's 6.3 metres, like from the, as you're looking from the south, and it would become 5.6 metres. 5.3 metres. Oh no, 5.6 metres. Sorry. No, 6.3 metres. Apologies. 6.3 metres is the proposed height on the western side, but it's continuous there, whereas it was it did have 2 heights.
Any other questions? Councillor Swinburne.
Thank you, Chair. And it's just for a bit of clarity, but this morning I know we discussed the main building and questioned the increase in height of that main building and the roof, and it appeared to be an increase of like a metre. So I just want to check that.
No, it was it's more than a metre on roughly the metre on the western side, so 5.6 to 6.3. It's more than a metre on the front, so it's 1.7 on the front, and then on the southern side it would be 5.9 metres to 6.4, so that's half a metre really.
So the overall height would not exceed 6.4.
The highest point it's 6.4. I mean, it would exceed it if you're going to include the chimneys, but that's the highest point.
So at the moment, where the top of the ridge is at the moment, is 5.9.
As it stands, 5.9. That's the highest point.
And it's going to 6.4. So we currently have a height of 5.9.
Yep.
And we're talking about it going to 6.4. And yes, there's other proposed development that's going to take it to 6.4, but we're talking, you know, the maximum will be 6.4, and we already have a 5.9 there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Can I ask what the Town Council's objection was?
Chair, it is in the report. It's the proposed development is out of character with the other buildings in the immediate vicinity. A site visit is necessary, and the application should not be determined by a planning committee, not via an officer approval.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Right, we'll move on to motions then. Motions and then debate. So do we have any motions from the floor, please?
Chair.
Councillor Daly.
Move the recommendation as suggested by officers.
Along with the additional condition
along with additional conditions which were highlighted earlier. That's correct.
Thank you, which I'll let the planning officer confirm the exact wording of.
Okay, so the additional condition reads as follows. Final details of the design and size of the Velux windows on the western elevation shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority prior to installation. Thereafter, the Velux windows shall be installed and retained in perpetuity as approved, and the reason being in the interests of neighbouring privacy.
So do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Flux? Thank you. So the motion's been proposed and seconded. Do we have anyone that would like to start a debate on the motion?
Chair,
Councillor Daly?
all I would say is on this point, which is why I kind of did labour the point in the questioning, is that the reason we've got it in front of us is because of the, you know, and it's absolutely legitimate because we've got the system in place, is for a parish or town council to object. So they're saying it's out of character with other buildings in the immediate vicinity. I'm comfortable with the officer report, and from the photographs we've seen, I do know this area because I drive past quite regularly, that, you know, the officers have dealt with that point. A site visit is necessary. Councillor Swinburne attended, and the application should be determined by the planning committee, which is what we're going to do. So actually, on those points, we've met them. So as far as I'm concerned, the process that we have in place to bring things to this panel in order for a check and balance has been met, and I am comfortable with the officer report and rationale behind this. So on that basis, that's why I'm moving that we support officer recommendation.
Councillor Taylor?
Chair, thank you. My concerns with proposing that we go with the officer recommendation is really the neighbours. The actual, we've had confirmation that some of these are material, some of these objections. There are 17 of them, okay, they're by 3 people. But these people have taken time to object, and they must feel that this development is going to impact on their daily life. Their privacy is going to be impacted, and overlooking the loss of light. To be honest, I don't think the design will make any difference, because I think a lot of the houses down there that are all different, and I don't see a problem with the design. I think there will definitely be impact on the surrounding highway network, because we've recently gone through a lot of change down there. There are double yellow lines down there, so I think this is going to be an impact. So I do have a lot of concerns for the neighbours in this. Thank you.
Does anyone else want to add to the debate? Councillor Flux?
Yeah, I think we can all have concerns about neighbours, and I sympathise with that, and you know, change is never easy and things like that. However, part of me thinks that this applicant could put plenty of loft installation windows in if they wanted to, in any case, without this having to come to a committee. All right, you wouldn't get the extension perhaps, but there's all sorts of things that I think we can't really hang our hat on to stop it. I mean, it's not my cup of tea of a taste of something, but that's not for me to say. You know, I can't see a reason to stop it. And as Councillor Daly said, the reason it's here is because of the West Bedlington Parish Council response, and their only view is the only thing that I can see which can be argued is it's out of character. Well, I mean, I drive past it on the way to County Hall quite a lot, and I've just had a look on Google Maps to remind myself, and pretty much the whole place looks different. So, and there are other ones with these kind of Juliet windows there, and well, bigger dormer extension windows. So, on that basis, I can't really say that it's out of character with the area. So, on that basis, and the fact that everything else has been written on that constituency response as put by Councillor Daly, I have no reason where I can hand on heart say that I can't vote to approve it. Thank you.
And any other member? Councillor Bowman?
Thank you. I was concerned about privacy. Privacy keeps coming up in planning committees all the time. I've never been to a planning committee where it never comes up. And I understand the pressures of buildings where they are close together. There are rules and regulations, and I'm confident that what the officers have told me, that the 21 metre rule applies here, and basically the privacy should be intact. I'm also concerned about the height of the building. I realise that to do a design like this, one has to raise the height of the building. It nearly goes to 2 metres in one point, which is colossal in many ways. But my main concern was the privacy. But on that basis, I'm confident that the officers have done a good job on this, and their recommendation that it should go ahead is what I'll be voting for.
Thank you. Any other member? Councillor Lee?
I would say on this one, my main concern is really the overlooking for the neighbours. However, on the report, obviously the applicants revised it and removed the south-facing dormers, and if this report is true, you could put those Velux windows in under planning development rights as is. So I think that would be my main concern, which has been addressed in this report.
Thank you. So if no other members have anything else to add to the debate, we'll move on to a vote. So just for clarity, can we have the motion read out before we go to a vote, please, with the additional recommendation?
Okay, so the recommendation is to grant planning permission, subject to the conditions within your report and one additional condition. Do you want me to read that out again, Chair? Yeah. Final details of the design and size of the Velux windows on the western elevation shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the LPA prior to installation. Thereafter, the Velux windows shall be installed and retained in perpetuity as approved. Reason in the interests of neighbouring privacy.
Thank you. So we'll move on to a vote then. So can we have a show of hands, all those in favour of that application?
8.
All those against?
1.
And do we have any abstentions?
No.
So the motion has been carried. Over to Councillor Swinburne. Sorry, just for members to look at item 8, the appeals update, just to be aware of that.
Thank you, Councillor Vilczek. We'll now take a short break for the planning officers to vacate. I'm sure they don't want to carry on with the rest of the meeting. And for everyone else, if they need to take a few minutes, if we can be back for 6 o'clock, please. Thank you. Welcome back, everybody. So we'll carry on with this evening's agenda, and we're moving to item 12 on the agenda. I'd like to introduce you to Kim McGuinness, who's the Northumbria Police and Crime Commissioner, and she's here this evening to give an overview and answer questions about policing and community safety matters in the Cramlington, Bedlington and Seaton Valley area. So I'll pass you over to the Commissioner, and if you can take it away, please. You know how to work these, don't you?
I think that's the right button.
When it's lit up, yeah.
Okay, that's good. So thank you very much, everyone, for having me. I really appreciate it. It's good to come and see you all. We were just saying in person, we haven't seen each other in person for a better part of 2 years now, I think. I've obviously been lucky enough to have the neighbourhood inspector, chief inspector with me as well. So if there's operational questions, they should be able to field those. You'll obviously know them very well, I'm quite sure. You'll also know, if you've spoken to me for any length of time, that I can waffle on. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to cover 3 key things that I want to talk about proactively, and then I'll hand it over to you for questions, because that's what it's all about, really. So, first of all, I think one of the key things that we have talked about, those of you I've spoken to in person directly, is, and what we've heard from the public, is antisocial behaviour is a real concern in our areas. And I think one of the frustrations that I've had, both as a councillor, so going back to my days on Newcastle Council, and then as Police and Crime Commissioner, is that often all the different parts don't talk to each other effectively, and the victim becomes also a victim of the system, where they're passed from police to council, council to police, housing association to police to council, and etc. And actually their problem isn't solved. And so I think it's really important that we all work together to try and solve that, and that's something that I've made a priority. So now we've had 2 meetings of a group which I've convened, including either council leaders or league cabinet members, local authority chief execs or senior staff, the fire service and the police. And we're going to be inviting housing and transport into our next meeting, all with a view to saying, right, what changes can be made in the way that we do things so that people get a better service when they report antisocial behaviour to us. Underpinning that, there's going to be an operations group who will actually get those priorities delivered. I'm really pleased with the amount of buy-in from all of the council, including Northumberland, to getting this done, because we know it's a priority for our residents, and we know that it is a problem that almost everyone experiences. And so that's where we are with that, and I want to keep you updated, and of course give us your feedback, and let the people who are represented in that meeting know what the priorities are in your area. The second is the Safer Transport Northumbria app. You've probably, hopefully, seen some of the advertising and communications for that on Facebook, on Twitter, on radio, wherever it's been. But we were lucky enough to receive some Safer Streets money from government, which was about improving specifically women's safety. Now, rather than just deciding how we were going to spend that based on kind of policing statistics and feedback from councillors and so on, I think it was really important that we went out and asked our communities what it was that made them feel unsafe, uncomfortable, where the real crunch points were. And overwhelmingly, what came back was where people felt the least safe was on public transport, on buses and metros, at night. And so a range of measures have been put in place. The bus companies, Nexus, they've all got really behind this, as well as the councils, to try and do something proactive. And some of that is about lighting and CCTV and more police presence and more kind of warden presence from those organisations, driver training and all the rest of it. But some of it has to be about giving control to residents to be able to let us know if something is happening and if something that they're uncomfortable about. So we've developed an app which works anywhere in the region, on any of the public transport. Obviously up here it's most important to talk about the buses, and we're doing a particular push on buses. It's for men and women to download and let us know what's going on, and that can be anything from, if you seeing large unruly groups, antisocial behaviour, vandalism, right through to something that's really urgent and would be appropriate for a 999. You can do that all through the app, because definitely what I know, having experienced it myself, is that you feel uncomfortable and you can't really just pick your phone up. It doesn't, it makes you feel more unsafe. Whereas everyone's texting all the time, and so using an app is just really natural. So I would urge you, promote that in your communities. We want it to be as downloaded as possible. We want to see the statistics from that, because that's what is going to help us to kind of guide the change. And the buy-in from the transport networks really means that we will get that change, and we'll be able to hold those partners to account for saying, we're all responsible for community safety. The final thing that I want to talk about, actually, do you know what? I kind of lied, there's 4, but the penultimate thing that I want... Well, maybe, yeah, we'll call that a white lie, isn't it? It all connects together. Is the police and crime plan. So you'll know that I obviously did a police and crime plan, consulted widely with our communities to determine what those priorities were. I don't think any councillor would be surprised by what those priorities are that we're working towards. But I think one thing that this pandemic and the last couple of years have taught us is you can't plan for 4 years. We have to break it down. Things change. And so we're back out again, and we will be doing more consultation with residents. We'll do a refresh of the police and crime plan with some new priorities. I think what we're hearing from people is they are feeling poorer. We know that. And so I think we will be drawing the line more directly between that deprivation, poverty and crime, and trying to tackle some of those issues in society. And then finally, Operation Payback. So I think I've talked to some of you about this before. Again, it's one to promote in your areas, but we take the money. I have access to POCA money, proceeds of crime money, and we've branded that Operation Payback so that it is guided by the community how we spend that money. So that money that is taken from criminals, whether it's through assets seized or whatever else, is given back to the community to spend. I'm going to do this every 6 months. Last time we worked with relatively sizable community organisations. This time it's much more grassroots. We want to hear from small residents associations. What's going to make the difference in their area? How can they run small projects and initiatives to help tackle things like antisocial behaviour and the things that really bother them, and help to inform the police? So that's open at the moment, and it's doing really, really well. But obviously you know who they are, so please do tell them. And aside from that little fund, there is also a youth fund attached to it where young people can also tell us what they want to see in their area. Big, passionate believer in youth services and the need for more youth services. But I don't want us doing it to young people. We need to listen to what it is that they want, and give them that control over the funding. So that's it from me, and it's over to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So, Councillor Daly was first.
Thank you, and welcome. Good to see you. So there's a couple of things that I want to touch on, and I've spoken to Jonathan about these previously. But we have policing by consent in this country, so people tolerate and will support and will act with the police in order to get things done. There has been a number of antisocial behaviour incidents in Cramlington, and I do a lot of work, as all councillors do, with their local communities. And some of the feedback which has come back, I want to just tell you. So, and I have actually written to your office about this, the Facebook contact, they can go online to report something. Now, I've got some mature individuals, and I'll leave it at that, predominantly female mature individuals, who take great umbrage at when they're reporting something online about asking about their ethnicity, sexual orientation, and what have you. They're reporting an issue. It's almost like, why don't we capture that afterwards? Why don't we get the issue, deal with it, and then capture that information after? And that puts a lot of people off, that online reporting. The 101 number has, I know, had some issues in terms of the time it's taken for people to get a call answered. I believe there may be some staffing issues. I don't know. That's an operational thing, but I would like an assurance that there is some work being done to ensure that there are enough staff to be able to answer the calls, and that those calls will be answered with fairly quickly. But I do think that the point you're making, and it's not rocket science because we all deal with it, a multi-agency approach to solving the problems. Officers can't go out on the beat and solve the problem today. It's, in many cases, generational. And we have a lot of people, and I'm not picking ages here, it's across all ages, who know all about their rights, but very little about their responsibilities to us as a community. And I'd like to hear more about pushing the people's responsibility in their communities. And I know this as a fact, because I do speak to police officers. So much of their time is spent on ridiculous red tape, dealing with a couple of individuals, you know, equalities matters, health and safety, are they this, are they that? And all the other stuff that goes on around policing is kind of lost. So much time is focused on a small, narrow band of individuals who cause the majority of problems in our communities. I know that's probably a Westminster thing, but in some cases, our police's hands are tied in being able to act effectively. And I think what most people want out there in our communities is that when they call 101, unless it's a 999, that their call will be answered. If they're using the online reporting, let's just report the issue and let's capture that data, that demographic data later on. Let's do it. But I think most people want the faith that if they contact the police, that there will be some form of action and result, because it does worry me the number of quite intelligent, mature people who just say to me now, there is no point in contacting the police. And I spend most of my time telling them the total opposite, which I know is the right thing to do. But there's a couple of things there which I say I've mentioned, which I would like you to take on. But overall, I think, you know, we should commend the work of the police because they do a damn good job in a very difficult situation.
Councillor Daly, twice in one day, I'm going to say to you, I agree with you. So, first of all, on 101, you're right, it is, it's incredibly difficult. They are under-resourced. The amount of demand that's coming in there is completely unheard of. The demand for 999 calls is beyond what we've seen before, and there's some work going on in the background to try and understand some of that, because we've seen a very well publicised crisis and call handling for our ambulances. And the fact of the matter is, it's not just the ambulances, it's all emergency services. And my fundamental belief is a lot of it is the breakdown of other services, the lack of service in things like mental health and so on and so forth. And so there's wider issues. But the fact is, regardless of those wider issues, the police have to answer the phone. So we've recruited 50 new call handlers going in now. We're looking at, obviously, the precept at the moment. Some of that would go to funding 30 more call handlers. They take a long, it's very specialised. Answering a 999 call is a really specialised job. And actually, I'd love to be able to, in non-COVID days, take some of you in there and show you kind of what that really looks like, kind of at the coalface. But it takes a long time to train them up. We've got improvements in the system and things are getting better. So I'm monitoring that with the police now weekly, to see it is going in the right direction. But it has been an issue and it needs solving, and you know, we're all over it and it will get better. So please do keep telling people to report. And on the online form, again, it's too complicated. I don't think it lends itself particularly well to reporting really simple things like antisocial behaviour. And what you want to do, I've used it myself, you know, you want to just go on and you want to say, you know, this kid under this street doing this. Thanks, bye. You don't need my data. Do you want to call back? Yes or no? And actually, a lot of our residents don't. They want to tell the police and they want their problem to be dealt with. And so we've had that conversation only earlier this week about simplifying that. You know, it won't surprise you that some of it is system complications. You know, it's difficult sometimes to make those changes. And yes, we do need to know who's calling the police, and that demographic data is important. But I agree, getting the issue up front is something that has already been raised directly with the force. On those individuals, it's very difficult. Everybody has the right to contact the police about their issues and, like you say, to get a response. I do think some of it's a Westminster issue, and so I would implore you to take that away as in the same way as I do. and talk to colleagues in Westminster to try and simplify some of that around policing, because, you know, make no mistake, these guys do a really difficult job and they do it really, really well, and there's not enough of them and it's resource intensive. And so, yeah, that's, I think I answered all of it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got Councillor Flux next.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's not the sexist discussion item going, but if I get one issue raised with me more than any other about what the police priorities should be, it's regarding enforcing speeding, particularly on 20-mile-an-hour roads where we hear there isn't any enforcement below 30 mile an hour. It's about except for access signs, where people will phone me as the local councillor and say the except for access sign is continually being driven past, and I say there's nothing to do with me, it's a police matter to enforce. Whether that should be the case or whether someone else should be able to enforce it is another issue. But I will get inundated with that all of the time, and that is what my residents are concerned about. So where do those two come within your priorities? And that's basically my questions I want to ask. I think Councillor Daly made wider points, which I won't continue to repeat to keep the meeting as brief as possible. Thank you very much.
I've just realised that when I turn that off, it turns to on, it turns his off. Yeah. We're learning. Yeah, thank you for that. And of course, traffic and roads policing, it's always something that needs to be a priority, because it does really affect people. When it goes wrong, it really, really affects people. And one thing I would say is that I think in the last 12 months, probably since we've come out of the pandemic, when we did the police and crime plan consultation, very few people talked to us actually about roads and traffic in our region. It surprised me, but it didn't come out as a particularly high priority. But I am hearing from more residents about it and more concerns. And I do think you're right in the sense that it's one of those areas that does fall often between the gap between the police and the council, because the prevention measures, you know, what you put on the road to try and stop these things from happening are often the council, but enforcement is the police. And so I don't know whether you want to add anything on how that's working.
Yeah. So, I mean, you'd be well aware, I think you'll have probably spoken to Dave Turner about the community speed watch that we're trying to get back up and running. Obviously, there's been a break in community speed watch because of COVID, and it is taken rather a long time to get the wheels turning again and get more volunteers back doing the community speed watch. And I know that the Cramlington councillors and the Seaton Valley councillors are really sort of supportive of that process, and that's what we want. We want as many, I suppose, people out there using the equipment, so that those that do decide to break the 20-mile speed limits are used to seeing somebody monitoring that, or they're getting a letter through, a community speed watch letter through, reminding them of what the speed limit is on that stretch of road. My team can do so much, but by having more volunteers also doing the community speed watch, and that just increases our coverage, and it means that that reminder's there more often, let's say.
I think, yeah, and community speed watch is amazing, and there's amazing success stories from it. The fact is that I think the force, and I would love to see, and you would love to see, every 20 mile an hour or 30 mile an hour or every road enforced, but there just simply isn't, you know, there physically aren't enough officers to do that. And so we're uplifting, we're taking on government uplift, we're going above and beyond government uplift, and we will see more police out there. But I think we have to be realistic about our expectations and work together on things like community speed watch, but also things like traffic calming and the opportunities that you have as councillors to try and make the difference as well through some of the prevention measures.
If I can follow that up on, in terms of, it's great we can get people on speed watch, but as far as I'm aware, we can't get people to do those little things like except for access signs or what have we. Is that something, the circle which can never be squared, or are we? Or, you know, where are we with that?
That's something that we can enforce. Obviously, we need to know about it. We need to say it and give, I suppose, we give an opportunity to do something about that. It's not necessarily always going to result in somebody being fined. It might be words of advice. We've got to be proportionate as well. But again, it's a reporting thing. It's letting us know. And I would suggest it probably sits quite well with the local community team. If it's a particular problem, you know, if you contact us and let us know about it, then we'll look at doing something about it. But I'm not sure if you've made the Cramlington team aware of that. It certainly hasn't been brought to my attention, but if it's a particular problem, then certainly do so.
Haven't been to a meeting for a while. I don't know when our last one was actually, but I will raise it in my next meeting. But it's something I've raised continually over many years.
If I can just pick up on what Councillor Flux was saying, as councillors, I know in Cramlington, but probably in other areas, we get asked by residents, you know, about doing things on the 20 mile an hour, and you know, we do a lot of work with the highways officers. We put some of our own money in, it goes through the LTP, etc., to bring in these 20 mile an hours. And then residents come to us to say it's not working. And the only people who can enforce it is the police. And when we're saying to them, can you do something? I'm sad to say that what we've been told is that they're told, well, we can't. You know, we're told not to enforce it. And one comment was, well, what we've been told is, well, when they say 20, they actually mean 30. No, when we say 20, we mean 20. And the word is now around in the streets in some areas that, well, we know it's not getting enforced, so we can drive at what speed we want because no one's going to come in and enforce the 20. We know about the community speed watch. We've had some of our members on it, and one of them put on their social media that they've done it. And what followed then was that was shared among, you know, people outside the area, and they were inundated with thousands of negative responses from people who don't want, you know, speed monitored, shall we say. And it was, you know, really quite, you know, not pleasant. So, as I say, when we go through all of this, and we're not asking for it to be done all day, every day, all it needs is that odd hit for people to realise, God, they are here, they are doing something. I do need to watch me speed. But to, you know, for local officers or traffic or whatever to be told, well, you know, no, just, you know, don't do anything. That's not.
I don't know where that came from, but certainly, from my point of view, if I heard that, then I'd have issues with the officer who did say that, because the 20s are there to be enforced. You know, I think it's, as John said, it's a local issue. If we're aware of it, then we can do something about it. We can actually deal with it as a local, you know, a localised issue. There might be other, well, there will be other locations as well that wouldn't do it. As a force, doing as probably a campaign, we probably wouldn't do it. But certainly, from a neighbourhood point of view, the neighbourhood team should be responsible for that and dealing with that. And 20 to 20, you know. So I don't know who sort of said that around the 30, but if that's something that we need to look at around understanding of it, then obviously I'll take that away.
I was going to say, you'll take that away.
Yeah.
I'll come on that as well. Obviously, we do have meetings with the Cramlington Town councillors, and I did ask Sergeant Turner to keep track of when we were using, or where we were using the speed monitoring devices and how often, so that we can report back to you. And I'll check in with Dave and make sure that we're giving you that information when we have those meetings, so you can see where we're using it and how often we're using it, in addition to whatever the Community Speed Watch volunteers are doing as well.
We'll move on. The next one was Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome. Nice to see you here. Number one thing I get when I tell residents to report stuff is the time it takes to get through, as Councillor Daly mentioned. I also think it's essential to ring them back. I think it's also essential to ring them back, so that's another stretch of your resources, presumably. You say for transport app, is that only for transport?
At the moment, but obviously there's plans to expand that, and particularly I think it's what I like about the idea is it's very discreet, and it enables people to report in a probably safer, more comfortable way. And at the moment, what it does is directly to the right thing, depending on the level of intervention. But the way it's logged, the way it's stood up at the moment, it's designed so that you could get a response potentially from somebody who works on the transport network as well as somebody who works for the police. I think that's really key. And you know, you're going to hear from the fire service tonight. and there is an increasing amount of joint at working to problem solve from people essentially wear a uniform.
No, good.
So, yeah.
I think it obvious one to roll out, doesn't it? Yep. Your Operation Payback, where to get in touch?
Pardon?
I've already got somebody lined up to get in touch with you about one of your funding things.
Yeah.
But where do I get in touch with you?
Website, you can give the office a ring, Facebook, Twitter.
You're
Do you
being
know what?
televised, so where do I get in touch with you?
We'll take contact wherever from.
Right, okay. And Community Speed Watch, I've got some members wanting to set one up. Do I just get in touch with the local community team?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, if you just get in touch. You're Ashton, aren't you? Oh, you're Bedlington. Sorry, it's a lie. I'm trying to remember from last time. It's Bedlington, isn't it?
Bedlington where?
Bedlington. So yeah, if you contact the Bedlington team, the inspector's Phil Patterson, and they'll organise the training. Like I say, I've been told that the training is starting very, very soon. There is a short amount of vetting that needs to be done with whoever volunteers, but after that, then yeah, they can come and they can use the equipment in the areas.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Robinson. I've got Councillor Shelvin next.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Good evening, Commissioner. I'm very happy that you are here because I sent 2 emails and also put my complaint by post, and I haven't received any response except for the standard one. So the issue I'm talking about is very relevant to your second point, safer transport. It's similar to what Councillor Flex was talking about, but it's not the 30 miles speed an hour. I would like to point out, there are issues related to speeding which fall beyond the remit of your community speed watch and everything. That is the particular case I was raising to you in that in my memo, in my request. We have I receive constant complaints from 2 sources, my residents as well as from CLV, Cramlington Learning Village. Opposite to that, we have a dual carriageway. The speed limit is 40, and students have to go there. It's a dual carriageway. What drivers normally do, they don't keep to 40 at all. So students, learners, instead of using underpasses, sometimes they go across the dual carriageway. It's very risky for them. Occasionally, we will have police vans coming there, monitoring, everything is perfect. But that is not enough. The reason is, because it's 40 miles, because it's a dual carriageway, people are driving past sometimes in 60, and when the roads are icy, what happens is that they skid down the roundabout, and the car goes towards the residential areas and footpaths. We had 2 incidents in December. Every time the road gets icy, they come with such a speed, and then they skid, go past the roundabout, go through, breaking through the barriers. And last year, we had 2. You can check your records. In fact, in my complaint, I sent with photographs, dated everything, right? What we need is a permanent speed camera in that place so that people slow down and then make sure, because the residents are really concerned, and then there is a footpath as well. If someone is walking down and there is a break, if the car is skidding down, coming towards us, it's quite dangerous. 2 questions. One, I would like you, I would like you to consider very seriously this update. I have raised it in my town councillor liaison meeting several times, and they're completely helpless. They want to do the community watch scheme. As you can see, community policing doesn't work because most of the accidents take place in the middle of the night, you can check your own records. 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, like that. And that is so, and secondly, I don't know, the communication needs to improve, because last time, I have this email in front of me, 4th of January, I sent the email to enquiries at Northumbria PCC, and also I printed that letter, sent it by registered post to your office address. So I haven't received any acknowledgement apart from the standard acknowledgement. So of course, you will be very busy. I understand that you will be very busy. You will be receiving thousands of emails like that. I understand. So there has to be a way of decentralized mechanism, whereas I can go to the liaison meeting and they forward that concern to you or to the higher up in the chain, and they decide. It appears to be that everything is decided centrally by PCC office, and they seem to be overwhelmed with emails and everything. So, second issue, but that's a minor issue. The first one is, I would like you to consider there are areas of concerns which upset residents, which fall beyond the remit of whatever the community, volunteer speed watch and all those things. We need far more robust mechanisms. Thank you.
And that sounds like a really awful situation and a very dangerous situation on that road. But a fixed camera would be a council installation, not a police one.
When I talk, that's a dual carriageway, A1171. That area is not our council responsibility. It comes under the police responsibility. It's a A-level dual carriageway.
The police can't fit, so the police can't fit a fixed camera. So I'll follow it up for you, and I will look into what needs to happen, but the police don't put in fixed cameras in that way. That is a council partnership, it's a community speed partnership between the council area, kind of the 6 local authorities that make up the Transport Authority. So I'll follow it up for you, and I will help you to try and get an outcome, and we can use police evidence to try and help you with that, but that wouldn't be my decision to make. And on the communications, on the 4th, so what would normally happen, you can contact the police with a complaint about policing, and that will be dealt with by the police. If you come through my office, then what we would do is assess, you'll get the response which will have said, this is an operational policing matter, and we will feed it in, and then your next response should come from the police. So yes, we do get a lot of emails, but I think that 2 weeks is not terrible for the police to come back to you with a thorough response to that complaint, but I'll follow it up for you. But I'm quite happy with the way that the communications work from my office.
Okay, I mean, this is my second complaint was sent on 4th of January. Right. Prior to that, 3 months before. Right. And every time I raise the issue, people say it's to do with county. County says, no, it is to do with the police, because A1171 is under the highways thing. So if you could look into the matter and send me a letter, this is nothing to do with me, then I'll use that letter, go to anybody who is in charge and have them.
We will help you. We will help you with that. But please. Categorically, the police cannot fit a fixed camera. But it does sound like that's what you need.
And sorry, could I just add to that as well? I've actually got the correspondence that you sent on the 4th, which I think you must have sent because following a collision that had happened on the roundabout.
That's correct.
Shortly before,
yes.
Yeah. So I've got that, and I've got the images that you sent through as well, so that I can do some research on the road and the issues that we're having there. And then once I've managed to get that complete, then I'll forward that on to the Crime Commissioner's office, so they can then formulate whatever they need to do. Okay, but I'm in receipt of that. I've got that.
Meanwhile, if you could increase the frequency for the mobile you do place mobile cameras there. Mobile van is coming. The speed van is constantly coming. This is one of the reasons residents feel it is nothing to do with the county. It is to do with the police, because your mobile van comes there occasionally. When it comes, everything is nice, peace and quiet. So that's why residents constantly feel it's nothing to do with the county or anyone else. It is to do with the police, because that mobile van is yours. So if you could respond to me clearly that it's not yours, it's someone else, then I can take that response and go fight my corner. Thank you.
Was that both of your points you covered there, Councillor Ezzleshally? Was that both of your points that you covered there? Okay, Councillor Bowman was next.
Thank you, Chair. Have you been reading some of my reports? Because I've done reports on antisocial behaviour and on the youth service as well. The two are actually linked, aren't they? Yeah. We do have a massive problem within Seaton, Delaval and Holywell, and I suppose other parts of Seaton Valley as well. I know that in the summer they had issues down in Seaton Sluice, which were interlinking with Seaton Delaval. But I asked a question before in the budget meeting about the youth service. Will it be protected? Frontline service protected? I didn't get a committal that there would be any more funding. So I really need to build up the youth service within Seaton Delaval, and by doing so, that would mitigate on some of the antisocial behaviour, and that way we can tackle the issues head on. So I would like to have a meeting with you sometime to discuss how we can do that, because it's badly needed. I'm working with the council here. I've actually got a commitment from Northumberland County Council to appoint somebody within Seaton Delaval, but we do need more hands on the ground. We're only talking about one night of the week, but I want it every night of the week. I'm greedy. I'm sorry, but I'm greedy, and I don't apologise really. Actually, we do need it 7 nights of the week, because antisocial behaviour, strangely enough, happens 7 nights a week. And it doesn't matter what the weather is. I thought it would calm down in the winter, but it hasn't. In the darkness, under the cover of darkness, antisocial behaviour can increase. So we look forward to that if you got any funding. Thank you very much. The other thing is, you talk about safer transport. Does that include bus stops, or is it just the buses themselves?
I mean, I'll answer that quickly. Definitely includes bus stops, because that is definitely, and metro stations and all of that, because that is absolutely part of the transport network. So yeah, on youth services, I couldn't agree more with you. Youth services are absolutely vital. I think every child should have access to a good quality youth service and be able to go to a youth centre or have youth provision. I absolutely believe that when the National Youth Agency said that we need 10,000 youth workers, absolutely we do, but we do have to find a way of funding that. And we don't have that level of funding forthcoming at the moment. So I'm able to, through Violence Reduction Unit, a huge part of what we fund is youth provision and family services. I think, yes, it's important to stop antisocial behaviour, but frankly, I think it's important to give every young person the best chance in life so that they're less likely to, so that they're more likely to have a good job and a nice home and all the rest of it, because happy, healthy people don't get involved in crime and they're much less likely to be victims. So I think it's much more broad-ranging and long-term than that. So more than happy to come and see your area and have a talk about it. But I think much like anything else, it has to be that multi-agency approach, and we need to get the cooperation of the council, the third sector organisations in the area, quite often the fire service, who are very good with this sort of thing, and the local police to get it right for young people. And, you know, I have an opinion on what should be prioritised in council budgets. Of course I do, but I'm not the one who has to set them. But I think that one of the most important things that we can provide for is the future of the kids in our area.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just to mention, Councillor Bowman, with regards youth and community, if you would like to, I'm going to extend an offer for your town parish council to contact Cramlington Town and Parish Council, Cramlington Town Council. We have a youth and community team there who works in partnership with the county council and with the police and other partner organisations who are doing exceptional work. You'll be aware of Councillor Daly's previous and current position on the Family and Children Services, who could go on probably for the next couple of weeks about youth services and you know the work he does in that area and has done. But just to mention that, please get in touch with Cramlington Town Council and speak to the youth and community team there and have a chat with the work that they're doing with the youth in the area, with the schools, etc. And see if there's anything that you can deem experience-wise from them. So please get in touch with them. So Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. We've got the I represent Bedlington Central, and we've got the same problems as all of the other councillors have got here, so I'm not going to rake over them all. Just to say good news about the extra resources on the 101 calls. I know people will really, really appreciate that because the waiting times have been ridiculous. Enforcement, 20 mile an hour on the roads. We've got a couple of hot spots, rat runs in Bedlington, which I would love some support with, and I know the residents would as well. I'll give you the street names, very particular. But one of the main things that we've got that hasn't been mentioned are issues with motorbikes. Now, I spoke to Phil Patterson, who was really helpful, lovely about sort of like giving us information that we needed and wanting to know where a lot of our hotspots are. The campaign, I think, is finished now because I haven't heard a lot about it, but I'm wondering if there's going to be another one. We've still got a lot of quad bikes, motorbikes everywhere, particularly at night. I mean, we've got some of the kids going down the front street doing wheelies. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I know it's really difficult. The police aren't there, and you can't really expect them to like drop what they're doing and drive around because by the time they get there anyway, they will be gone. But would appreciate if there's going to be another campaign. Thank you.
Because as far as I'm aware, the campaign never stops. To be perfectly honest with you, it's something that well, all neighbour teams are concentrating on because it does, like you say, it affects every area. And you rightly point out it's difficult to tackle as well. You know, we don't chase after them because the risk to the public and I suppose them is greater by doing that. So we rely greatly on intelligence-led policing. We need to know, you know, from the community who's doing it, who's keeping the bikes in the garage. We've got a few initiatives on the way to sort of keep a record of who's got what in the way of motorbikes. So if we do get evidence of them using the bike in a antisocial manner, we'll recognise the bike and we'll couldn't go to the house that it's kept at. But a lot of that does rely on some joint work between us and the community to give us the information in the first place, because yeah, it's a problem that doesn't seem to go away. And long-term solutions are difficult. You know, there's one in Blythe that we've been trying for a while. That you know, we get so far with it, and then there's another stumbling block to the various initiatives. So it's definitely not a simple problem to solve, but it's one that the campaign hasn't ended. It's always on the go, but we need that community intelligence.
Yeah, I think the motorbikes, off-road motorbikes and quads, like you say, are two of the things that particularly councillors pick up with me all the time. And it's a combination of saying, you know, the police do an awful lot on this. You crush a lot of bikes, but the people, they get hold of another one and another one and another one, and they can't chase for obvious reasons. And, you know, he said it's because of safety to the public and to the rider and to the police, because it is very dangerous. But we need to be relying on technology, and you know, I suppose an ask for councillors is that community intelligence is so important. They all live somewhere, they're all keeping their bikes somewhere. You know, rather than we want them chased, actually, let's go and cut them off at the beginning, stop them from going out in the first place. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Hi, yeah, thanks, Chair. It was just a couple of quick points, just about the Safer Travel app. Do people need to be logged in to use that, or is it anonymous?
Yeah.
So just going back to what Councillor Daly was saying about the kind of time consumption around capturing the data around people's ethnicity, etc., is there potential for for people to be able to log in if they choose in that app? Because that way, if they were creating a profile, that data would then be captured every time they reported through the app, rather than, and would that potentially save some of the time, as Councillor Daly was saying?
That is a super technical question that I am not qualified to answer, but it's a really good point. I think it's interesting, isn't it? Because what we want to get is the balance between having enough information to help our communities, but also making it quick and easy to report a crime or an incident. So it's getting the balance right. And, you know, as Councillor Robinson said, it's a great initiative, but I'd love to see it available for everything. And so, you know, all of that kind of functionality is something that I think we have to really work towards. It's the future, isn't it? And actually loads of policing is rightly so still quite old fashioned, but some of this stuff that's public facing just needs dragging into the future.
Because if people are logged in, you've got all that data and they're not having to tell you it every single time, and it doesn't slow it down, because the majority of the apps that I'm logged into on your phone, Facebook, etc., you stay logged in on your phone and it doesn't make a difference. But yeah, so it was just that, and then it was just about sort of obviously things going on in my area. I know obviously people have mentioned that speeding is obviously a big thing, off-road motorbikes, especially in New Hartley, etc. But I just wanted to come back. In the summer, we had some significant issues with antisocial behaviour and scenes that Councillor Bowman's already sort of touched on. And we did have a meeting between officers and residents, with local councillors involved, in the local schools involved, youth workers, and I mean that cross-partnership working. Because of those issues, and it was really fantastic to have that and to kind of get everyone to talking. We have obviously seen a drop over the winter in terms of these issues going on, but what I don't want to see is just get back to the summer and have a resurgence of these problems, because to me that's what's going to happen. And it was just kind of what's being done proactively in these places that have been hotspots in the last year to ensure that it doesn't happen again this year, because that's what our residents really want to know.
So one of the massive agenda items on that kind of antisocial behaviour collaboration group that we've brought together is seasonality. So they've done hotspot mapping. So where are the hotspots for antisocial behaviour? Where are we getting the reports, plus the community intelligence, plus everything else? So not just the people who ring 101, because we know that there are hotspots of antisocial behaviour where there's also cohorts of people who don't report. So it has to be more intelligent than that. But seasonality is a big, big part of that mapping. So we know, for example, Seaton Sluice, Tynemouth, Whitley Bay, basically Berwick. All of our coastal areas are hotspots in the winter, in the same place, in the same way as kind of our city centre areas are hotspots on New Year's Eve, in the same way as some of our estates are hotspots on Bonfire Night. And so it's trying to map the response to match the demand, because with the best will in the world, what we know is that policing can't stretch to every single thing all the time, and so it has to be responsive to what we, you know, there are some things that we know are going to happen, and so there shouldn't be an excuse for not responding to that.
And I just come out on the back of that. Obviously, I attended that meeting that you're talking about. It was a well-attended meeting. I've sat down with Sergeant Turner, who also was at the meeting, and we've started to plan a policing response to Seaton Sluice already, to try and get ahead of that, because I'm the same as you. I don't want to end up in a situation where we are responding again rather than planning ahead. Part of that, and you'll be made aware of it shortly, is we're trying to pull together a meeting between interested partners and also the youth provision that's available, to try and again get something in early, start the work early, so that we don't end up with the sheer numbers that we did through the summer. So yeah, there is some forward planning. We're not just sleepwalking into another problem with antisocial behaviour in Seaton Sluice this summer coming, and hopefully with the right people on board we'll prevent some of the issues that were experienced in 2021.
That's great, very reassuring, so thank you very much.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you. can I make a suggestion? Because it seems the motorbikes are a problem. They're a problem in my ward. I've got some woodland walks, but they're right next to residential houses, so you can imagine the problems. Why don't we give them somewhere to go? Yes. Now, we had a place at Camas, but they've lost it because of the development we're seeing down there. But it's easier to turn this around with honey than it is with vinegar, I think. You know, get them engaged, get them trained. If they want to be that way inclined, let's help them develop. And rather than the stick, let's try a bit of character change.
Absolutely. And we got a really long, that is 100% the plan. And we got a really long way down the road with, excuse the pun, with one of your colleagues from Blythe, whose name I unfortunately can't remember. Councillor Humphreys. Councillor Humphreys. And some land was identified, and we even had some funding in place to look at transporting bikes to that space, so that basically there was no excuse whatsoever. My understanding is that basically the land was sold from under the person who was going to give it to us. So it's now about starting again and trying to find a new appropriate place to do exactly that. My view is that there has to be one, and obviously it's not a consideration for you, but I think we need one south of the Tyne, one north of the Tyne, and then kind of all the appropriate wraparound to support that. So south we're looking at Follinsby, and now the hunt's back on for an appropriate space up here to try and deter them, because everyone has the right to a hobby, you know, and if this is their thing, then you know, I don't want us to be stopping kids from pursuing something that they enjoy, but they can't be doing that on 20-mile-an-hour roads on estates or on bridleways.
Okay, just before we proceed, we're just about to reach the 3-hour mark. Can we agree to move standing orders? Thank you. Sorry, it's just.
I would point out that's supposed to have a proposer and seconder, as I found out last week. There we are.
Can I have a proposer?
I'll propose it.
Seconder.
I'll second it.
It's a technicality we have to go through. Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Just to follow on from that, I made a visit to Sheffield recently. There was a place there on the north side of Sheffield. Somebody got killed on there, so they shut the whole place down. So I'll be very, very careful. So, you know, I know what you're saying, and it's a good idea, but I don't want anybody to lose their lives or get injured.
No, I think whatever happens has to be done absolutely with safety in mind first, and has to be a professional operation, you know, like the Camas track was. And ultimately these sports are dangerous, but I would argue that it's a lot more dangerous if you're doing it on the road. And, you know, quite often we see these riders and they don't have a helmet, they don't have insurance, they're not registered, they're definitely not licensed. And that's, you know, to me, that's really terrifying. And so kind of, as Councillor Robinson says, we can get them off the road with honey, but yeah, you're so right, it has to be done right, doesn't it?
I think it has to be a managed place. It hasn't got to be a place where there's the land, just get on with it. It has to be well managed and policed and training given and so on. Yeah, it's, you know, you come along, you can have a bit of fun for an hour, and but you have to do it responsibly. Yeah, so to get motorbikes off the road is a good idea, off pavements, off the wild tracks and everything, bridleways. It's brilliant. The sooner we do it, the better, because I can see somebody getting hurt. About 3 years ago, somebody rode the bike towards me. He wouldn't get off, and I still got a sore shoulder because of it. So, you know, this is what happens, isn't it? I'm a councillor and I'm stupid. I did something ridiculous, and I wouldn't recommend anybody do that, stand in front of a speeding motorbike. But, you know, wisdom now, but I don't want to see anybody hurt. So the sooner we do something, the better. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Vilczek, are you okay? Yeah, okay. So no more questions. On the back of that, and just picking up on the comments about motorbikes, and it was last year, the year before, we had a perceived area in Cramlington, and you mentioned there about safe transport to these motorbike areas.
Yeah.
Once word got around the users of these bikes, there was a mass influx of people travelling to this perceived area. Obviously, Cramlington's an area with a lot of cycleways, and people from way outside of Cramlington just descended, didn't know where they were going, but were just trying anywhere imaginable to get to this perceived area. We had a lot of problems with that. You mentioned it's been mentioned about the 101 number. I think you might recall I was banging the drum a lot when I was on the panel about that. And there was a time last year when I had to report something. It was quicker for me to go online and report it, and I got a call back within 15 minutes. That was quicker than trying to get through on the 101. But I'm really pleased that you're addressing those. One thing that's come up, and as me Cramlington colleagues will confirm, we're taking steps to try and set up like a partnership in Cramlington once agreements are in place. But it's been commented a number of times from our police colleagues there. There's a bit of limitation with local media. So any media that's put out from the police has to go through the big machine and approved, and it's like on a Northumberland wide thing.
Yeah.
Now, I'll give you an example. There's been a lot of talk of the motorbikes and quads, etc. And that's fine. We need something sorting on there. But what you couldn't put out through that is about electric scooters.
Yeah.
Because that only applies to Northumberland. So you couldn't put a message out about that. So what we would need to do is something just Northumberland based, because they're illegal in Northumberland. So could some thought be given to I know the guys in Northumberland would love to have their own or more dissected comms. Yes, it would be great if we could have it just for Cramlington and just for Bedlington, but we know that's never going to happen. But maybe some consideration to something a bit more regional that they could have the input to. And I know it's still going to go through the sausage factory, but it's not just Northumbria, although some messages are about that, but some of it is more regional.
Yeah.
Apologies, sorry. That is coming. We do have a community messaging system coming out. It's getting gradually rolled out across Northumbria Police, so only certain towns have got it at the moment, but it'll be something that'll cover Cramlington in the future. I would think. Is there any more you can say about that?
No, not much more. I think it's just going to try a pilot period at the minute for 3 locations within Northumbria. That's getting trialled at Ashton's, one of them. It's a 6-month trial, and it'll be reviewed with a view of seeing whether it's going to be rolled out force-wide. That's Northumbria connected.
And in addition to that, if there's an important message, I know I've been in contact with Councillor Daly before and other people around specific issues, then there is we can put out some media on some specific issues that I can give you a comment or some wording that you can put out amongst your own social media to get that message out if it's needed. So although yes, we regulate what we do, it's not impossible for me to give you some more local Cramlington things or things to do specifically with whichever ward you're representing.
So you actually may well get your wish on the hyper-local, which I think is exactly what we need. So, it is, I think, really important to get that local level communication. But yeah, we can feed in this wider issue about force comms. But I think, hopefully, it's going quite well in the trial. Yeah.
And can we have something out about electric scooters? Because, yes, very frustrating.
Yes.
What I want to say as well is thank you for the extra input and the handling of the tragic event that we had in Cramlington last year. It was, on behalf of my colleagues, handled very well. We worked very well together on that issue in trying to make sure that, from our perspective, only the right message was put out at the right time. I know that wasn't always the case, and you know, although we were as eager as everyone else for the outcome to come through, we understood it had to be done in the right way. So thank you, you know, for the outcome that happened and the way it was handled. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Daly?
Just really summarise this if I can, because great, we've had some kind of comments and things. Great believer in taking some action away from this. So, and I know some people get knocked when I keep mentioning the word Cramlington, because it does appear a lot of these meetings. It's quite a vocal bunch in Cramlington.
It's better than mentioning product all the time.
It's better than mentioning Prudhoe, exactly.
Someone will be sat at home laughing at that now.
Cramlington Town Council's put our money where our mouth is. And as a town and parish, we have actually set up a youth and community team. And that youth and community team are focused around engaging with the multitude of organisations in the town of Cramlington, many of whom were the best kept secret ever. And we had a showcase, and around 56 organisations apparently popped out of the woodwork. They were always there. It's just not everybody knew about them. So I think one of the actions I'd like to take out of this, and I think this is definitely something in terms of the police and the Police and Crime Commissioner role, is about the power to convene. And we've done that in Cramlington. So we have a youth and community team who are convening, or organisations who come together to work with young people, older people, people of all ages. And they are absolutely doing that. And what I think would be useful is, we've been passionate in this authority about maintaining our youth service, which I was delighted when I was Deputy Leader, Cabinet Member. We did. We still have. I think for our town and parishes, maybe this is an opportunity for us to come together, to convene a meeting about what we can do collectively with the precepts we have, and to use some of that to provide some collective additionality in our communities. Because it is the case that not every young person's a horror. It's a minority of people of whatever age who cause the maximum amount of disruption in our communities. And if we can do something around engaging, like Malcolm said, about getting them on tracks, getting them to do some activities, particularly white working class boys who are the most disengaged from education, about bringing them back somehow with the brilliant fire service that we've got here, run boxing and all those things. And imagine a great big shiny fire engine turning up and, you know, engaging them and getting the people who work as firefighters to talk to them about how they could get a job in the fire service. It's about bringing all of that, harnessing all of that really good stuff and actually working collectively. So as an action, power to convene. Why not actually have a summit in our community, not Cramlington, wider, a summit where we bring all of those harnessing powers, the NHS, the fire service, the police, the ambulance, our employers, bring them together. What can they bring to the table to solve this? Because otherwise, all we'll do is just whinge, whinge, whinge. I don't believe in whinging. Let's get some action. So that's what I'd like as an action point from tonight, if I could, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Daly.
And you know, I think I can help with some of that, because obviously we're already convening region-wide on exactly this, the violence reduction unit, and there is an open space for us on that board for a councillor from Northumberland, for a cabinet member or a councillor, and it's not been filled. So it would be great to have somebody from Northumberland, because we want all of our areas represented. So I'd love to be able
I'll
to
leave that with the business chair who's sitting over there.
And if you're doing it locally, then I'm more than happy to be involved. Okay,
We all done? I would just like to thank you for coming along this evening, and your colleagues. It's really been very beneficial, and I hope it has been for you.
It has. Thank you very much.
And I hope this isn't the only time we're going to see you here.
Definitely not.
It's taken a few months, I know, but thank you very much for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Again, thank you. If we can just pause for a couple of minutes while our colleagues leave. Yeah.
Chair, we've still got quite a lot of items to get through. Can I suggest we limit stuff to 15 minutes?
We've had a 10-minute break earlier on, so if we can just make it 5 minutes, please.
15 minutes per item left.
Sorry?
I meant 15 minutes per item left.
All right, sorry, yeah, okay.
I assume we've got local services, I assume we've got fire service, I assume we've got... I beg your pardon, I've been told a youth thing's been pulled, but nonetheless.
Right, thank you for that, everyone. I'm going to move on to item 9, which is public question time. Do we have any public questions?
None received, Chair.
None received. Thank you. Item 10, petitions. Do we have any new petitions or petitions to consider?
No, none received.
Thank you. So that's item 11, which is local service issues. So who wants to go first? Mick?
I'll
thank
go
you.
first. Thanks, Chair. A very brief update, you'll be pleased to know. All the highways inspectors, maintenance crews are continuing to work inspecting and fixing carriageway defects, making repairs and making safe carriageway 1 defects across the south east area. The gully emptier is fully deployed dealing with reported issues in cycling maintenance. An additional gully emptier resource has been deployed because of issues from Storm Arwen. This is across both my operational areas. All work is being recorded and planned using some new software called Carbon Tech, which is very good. Gives us very good records of what was carried out. Been doing larger tarmac patching has been carried out at Cramlington cycleway improvements. The area teams are busy planning some future drainage works in this area. LTB carriageway services taking place on Orchard Avenue in Cramlington and Millbank Crescent, Bedlington. Footway and carriageway LTP recipping works have been identified and programmed for Steadley and Bedlington. Pedestrian drop curb scheme is working through Cramlington cycleways. That started on the 5th of the 1st. And a traffic safety scheme at the avenue at Seaton Delaval is also about to take place. Brief update on winter. Winter is continuing as we expect. We have an average winter so far, both snow and precautionary gritting. We are currently having a small restock across the county, and this will ensure we have sufficient resilience levels for the remainder of the winter period. And this includes a 5,000 tonne strategic store located at Payback. More than happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Mick. Any questions? Councillor Flux was first.
I'm going to make it as quick as I can. Storm Arwen, I think everyone did a fantastic job under the circumstances of something that's very, very difficult. But we still have twigs and trees and branches lying down. I don't particularly want to bother you on stuff that is not dangerous, but probably needs cleaning up at some point or another. Could we come up with some system where we can feed that through where it's not going to, because I could send you 24 stuff, but I don't want to irritate you and get you on stuff which is not of huge, it's not, if a tree's down in the middle of the street, yeah, you need to do it today. But if it's something that needs to be done strategically at some point or another, could we have some sort of triage system for that?
I think that's why they've been carried out a sort of risk-based approach and looking at the ones that are higher risks. And we're starting to go there. Leon's team and the tree teams are starting to work their way into those other areas.
I understand that, but then I don't know whether the stuff that I get something emailed to me about twigs, or it's not twigs. That's being silly. But branches are out here and there. They probably are on that list. But if I messaged all of them, I think I might get, I might overwhelm the system. So is there any list we've got available of where they are and when they might be done?
I would have to pass that on to Leon and get the tree team to come
so
back.
if I get in touch with Leon about that, it's a bit right. Thanks.
I think, and I've just had an email as I was driving here tonight off another resident, one of many people just asking, like, when's Cramlington getting cleaned up after the storm? And I think what we're looking for is some sort of plan. So I think what you're saying is it's got to be checked first before we know what's being done.
Yeah, I'll feed that back.
Councillor Daly was next.
I think it's an extension of the 2 questions we've just had. So the storm has had a devastating effect on some of our communities, and it's what I'm interested in is the impact that it's having on your ability to do the kind of what I'd call the day job. So in a sense, how many staff or how much capacity is being taken out of the system and placed elsewhere for that then to have that commensurate impact on our communities. We're saying, why hasn't this been done? Hasn't this been done? And it's kind of, what can we do as a LAC to help you there? Do you need more money? Do you need more resources? Because we can kick off. I'm sure there's a budget. We've just had a budget presentation. So it's just really kind of where we are on that.
we've obviously gone past that, the initial stage where you're dealing with the event itself. We've captured all the expenditure that's gone against it. We've got codes set up so we can monitor everything that's being done, and sort of reporting areas so we know what's coming in and when, and trying to, like you say, this whole trying to triage things. And at the stage now, I think we've lessened down the number of people that are on it, especially from highways perspective. We've got back on the LTP and other schemes, and I don't know if many of Tony's guys are on that still.
As it comes in.
Yeah, as and when it comes in, it's predominantly the trade team recovering it, and things like having the new super on station. It's helping get rid of, because a lot of the gullies are blocked by larger twigs that won't pick up naturally by a sweeper. But so you've got to do a little bit more in-depth work. So it's those sort of things that are really impacting at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. I've got loads of stuff here for both of you, really, but I'll do it on email, just for brevity. But I do have one question, Mick. It's about a drop curb, and it's opposite the Wesley Cemetery. And because of the service we're offering there, I think it's incumbent that the County Council put a drop curb in. I've got disabled residents that can't get across that road. They've got to go onto the road, onto the Link Avenue, travel up to the B road, and then travel along that road with a speed hump in the middle of it to access the cemetery. Whereas if there was a drop curb opposite, you know, I mean, it just makes sense.
I'll look into that, and when you consider what the actual cost of a drop curb is to install, it seems it's creating a lot of issue when it needn't. So I'll get back in touch with you and I'll
exactly.
sort that out.
It's just adding to the service we provide for that sort of thing, you know. But the rest I'll just do by email. Thank you.
Councillor Lee.
Just again, going back to Storm Arwen, and again it involves trees, I'm afraid, but in my ward of Cramlington East, we had households without electricity for 11 days. Now, we nearly had a lot more households without electricity because some of the trees that came down were meters away from the main electricity supply to Elizabeth Street, Marjorie Street and Lamb Street. Now, my concern is those trees have already been identified before the storm as needing to come down. Leon's been there. He's tried to get Northern Power Grid to trim them to save Northumberland County Council the 2-year wait to get them removed. We need to try and find some way of getting additional funding for the trees.
There's always an issue when we go against Northern Grid trying to get sort of correspondence through them. I would need to speak to Leon separately about that and get him to get with you.
Okay, thanks. We just don't want it happening next time it's windy.
Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Mick, I just wanted to ask you about Attley Bank. We discussed last year, 3 county councillors wanted to put some funds in, to put in some slowdown signs, both up and down the bank. I spoke to Ruben. There was a site visit. It was fed back to me that this couldn't be done at all. Do you know anything about it? No?
I'm not aware of it, anything about that, but we could meet on site if you'd like, and we'll have a...
Meet on site, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
As soon as you can, the better.
I'll drop something into your email.
Great. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any more? I've just got one, Mick. I sent you that through about the sign at the entrance to the village, about changing that sign, which you got updated, or someone got updated, so it's now got the new name on. But I'd also asked, about moving it back up against that wall, because as people have already turned into the village, they've passed the sign. So, and I followed it up with another email and said thanks, but so. Could you please follow that up about moving that?
Yeah, I had the conversation with the team that we're looking after, and it was supposed to be done, so I'll chase it up and get that moved.
If you could, please, thank you. So if we're all done with Mick, we'll move on to Tony, please.
Thanks, Chair. Once again, following what's been an extremely long and challenging year for all of our frontline services, I want to recognise the efforts of all the teams across the county who've continued to deliver frontline services, not only in this LAC's area, but across the whole of the county during the ongoing pandemic and subsequent Storm Arwen. Generally, our immediate work was to assist with clearance of roads and the road network, and the teams then moved on to cemeteries and other public areas with high footfall. And as you'll appreciate, and we've discussed, it's going to take some time to recover fully from that, and we thank you for your support and patience during this period. More specifically on waste collection, refuse collection service worked very well over the Christmas period. Crews were out working across the that period of time. We moved some collection days to accommodate the bank holidays, and that worked really well. The communication strategy worked, and we got about 95% presentation of bins on the streets on the days that we'd asked them to be presented, which was fantastic, and that resulted in very few reports of missed bin and even fewer formal complaints, which was excellent. Grounds maintenance, we're progressing the winter maintenance works. Of course, Storm Arwen put a slight spanner in the works there, but we're confident that we should be able to recover from this and get the majority of the works that we programmed in to be done over the winter period completed. We've currently got an additional road sweeper deployed in this LAC area to remove additional detritus that was generated by the storm. From a further grounds maintenance point of view, we'll soon be starting the recruitment process for seasonal staff for the coming summer period, which isn't too far away. Street cleansing, it's business as usual, as well as supporting any further Storm Arwen clean-up activities. Teams have continued to undertake the street cleansing duties across the local area committee area. Bereavement services, coping well with service demands. We did increase the number of cremations available per day leading up to and just after Christmas, just in case we saw an increased demand because of the Omicron variant. Thankfully, however, the capacity wasn't needed. It was on a couple of days, but it certainly hasn't been anywhere near overwhelming the service, and we monitor that almost on a daily basis, and we'll be reviewing the service demands that we're currently experiencing. And that's a whistle-stop presentation of local services, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions, please? Councillor Eccleston.
Oh, thank you for all the services, especially waste collection during the Christmas breaks. It was fantastic. In fact, I was talking to a bin clearing man, and he said he doesn't work for the council. He has been purposely contracted out so that, you know, all the public bins will be clear. So it's really a good thing, service you've done. My specific concern is the bins. You may remember, Mr. Gribben, there's an area called Churnside in my patch. It's a communal housings and social housings are there, and they have 6 or 7 common bins. Recently, we replaced all the recyclable bins into non-recyclable bins because things are getting mixed up. So I was taking a walkabout on Monday, and all the 6 bins were full. Some of them are overfull. They haven't been cleared up. I don't know why, because in my area, tomorrow is the recyclable bin clearance. So it should have been cleared last Thursday, and things are overflowing. There is something gone wrong there. I don't know why they are overflowing at this moment. If you could please investigate and then see what we can do about it, it'll be very appreciated.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to first of all say thank you, obviously, to Tony and his team, because obviously in the wake of Storm Arwen, I know I've spoken to you a couple of times since you've been fantastic. So obviously dealing with what was a very sort of challenging time. It was just to pick up on a couple of bits that we've still got kind of thinking sort of on the back of what you were saying, especially about the street sweeping and things. There was quite a lot of clearance work done by residents and volunteers in terms of obviously because there was some quite significant damage in Seaton Sluice, which did leave quite a lot of mess on the main road. There was broken glass on the main road and things like that. And there's still quite a pile of that outside the social club, as well as the majority of the stuff that was cleared on Clarence Street is still waiting to be removed, I believe. I know you said you were waiting, obviously, for it to be safer to go down there. Do you have any idea when we can get that cleared? And also just when you're talking about street sweeping, the cycle lane, the cycle path that runs down Beresford Road has still got quite a lot of debris on it and could just do with being swept if at all possible.
Thanks, Councillor. I'll check out the social club, because I know I did speak with you because you mentioned the barriers there, and that was cordoning it off, and in Clarence Street as well. They'd obviously cordoned it off because of the chimney stacks that collapsed, and it was dangerous, and I didn't want my staff going into a dangerous area, so I'll check those out tomorrow and come back to you. And with regards to Beresford Road, yeah, I'll get that checked out as well.
Okay, do we have any other questions? I've just got one, Tony, if I can. Is there any coverage in Cramlington over the weekend for cleaning, litter, well, specifically broken glass? Do we have any coverage for that?
No, Councillor, we have a team who, or a member of staff who comes out on a Saturday and a Sunday to empty litter bins and check high footfall areas, maybe it's the shops around there. But there isn't a team. There was a team, but of course that was funded by Cramlington Town Council, and that isn't anymore. So there isn't anybody who goes out and does litter picking that they may have done. But we do have, we committed to doing that once the partnership ended. We'd still have a resource, go out at weekends and empty litter bins.
It was just specifically if, as happened, I know last weekend, if anyone highlighted a particular issue, is there any way of contacting that person just to point it out to them?
If I'm made aware of it, yeah, we're able to contact that person, but the resource is off the street by 9-10 o'clock in the morning. They come in early, empty the bins, and then they get off the street.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for your report, answering questions. Okay, we'll move on to item 15, which is the Northumbrian Fire and Rescue Service Community Risk Management Plan 2022 to 26 consultation. Who am I handing over to?
You'll be handing over to me, Chair. I'm Paul Headley. I'm the Chief Fire Officer. And with us tonight, I've got Deputy Chief Officer Graham Binning. I've got Simon Daniels, both of whom have been involved in the drafting of the plan. At the back of the room, we've got Station Manager Joe Hunter, who's one of our Community Risk and Response Officers. So thank you very much for the opportunity to come and talk to you tonight about the draft of our latest Community Risk and Community Risk Management Plan. It'll cover the period from the 1st of April 2022 through to the 31st of March 2026. And hopefully this will add a little bit of context to the very short briefing paper which accompanied the plan and was circulated prior to the meeting. Whilst the Commissioner was talking, I did take the opportunity, because I'm sure it's been a very long night for you. So I've taken a bit of a red pen to some of the presentation just to try and expedite it a little bit faster. So you're getting a slightly abridged version. But what I would say is this is really just to bring to your attention what the plan's all about, why we have to do it, and invite the participation of councillors within the public consultation exercise. Hopefully this will work. Yes, it does. I did have a little bit of a talk to this slide about where the community risk management plan comes from. I think essentially all we've got to say is statutory duty. So there's a national framework for fire and rescue services which sits within the Home Office, and we've got a statutory duty to produce these plans. I'll not run through the priorities which are included within the national framework document. Suffice to say that if you can see the slide, bullets 2 and 4 are probably the most relevant to this community risk management plan. So bullet 2 says we have a duty to identify and assess the full range of foreseeable risks that fire and rescue services may face in that area. And very importantly, we are under a statutory obligation to be accountable to the communities for the service that we provide. And this public consultation is part and parcel of that accountability and transparency. The framework also requires and places on us a statutory duty to consult on the plan. Bit of a lag there. So the plan, or the draft plan, I should say, which was circulated to you. Previously, it's been called the Integrated Risk Management Plan. It was then simply known as the Fire and Rescue Service Plan. But regardless of the name, the principles on which it is constructed and drafted are entirely exactly the same. So there is a range of criteria which each plan must address. I'll not run through the full bulleted list given the time pressures we're under, but as I've already said, fundamentally we need to identify the risks within our communities, with the idea being that we come up with plans within this strategic plan of how we're going to mitigate those for our communities. I think importantly, we also have to demonstrate how prevention, protection and response activities will be best used to prevent and mitigate the impact of identified risks. And I would give some assurance to councillors that sitting just under the overarching community risk management plan, we do have separate strategic plans for protection activities, which is fire safety. Our prevention activities, which we heard a little bit about from the Commissioner earlier, and some of the activities which Councillor Daly mentioned we get involved with. So the boxing club, the fire cadet scheme, all of our school engagement activities, all about driving down risk and raising awareness of risk within our communities. And of course, we've also got a strategic emergency response plan, which covers the actual sort of emergency 999 response, which we operate across the authorities area. I would just mention at the bottom of that bulleted list, I think something which is really important, and it does say that the plan needs to be easily accessible and publicly available. But also importantly, it needs, in my view, it needs to be an easy read. So although there's 28 pages, I think, within the draft, we've tried very hard. I'm taking the credit for this. We have tried very hard as a service to ensure that it's not too technical. So it is a public document. So we want our residents and our communities to be able to understand in fairly simplistic terms what we do, but to give them a lot of detail on how we do it as well. So hopefully, councillors, when you've gone through it, there hasn't been anything within it which is thrown you or which you haven't been able to understand. If there has been, I would be very keen for that to be fed back as part of the consultation process. I think it's really important to say that although this plan covers a 4-year period, I'm sure you'll be reassured to hear that it's not set in stone. What we do is, we're in a similar way to what the Commissioner mentioned about the policing plan, we review it every year. So there's an annual update of the CRMP where we talk about what we've managed to achieve within the year, what our performance has been like, the priorities for the coming year. We review our incidents. We'll look back at and assess the risks which we've identified. And have impacted on our service delivery model, but also importantly, we'll look at anything which might be emerging within that 4 years. So COVID being a great example, although we've had pandemic plans in the past, you know, COVID fundamentally changed the way we delivered our services across every area and aspect of the business. So that is, again, it's published. All of the annual updates are published. So if anything comes along which is fundamentally going to impact on what is currently within the draft, we can capture and we can respond to it. We also don't draft the plan in isolation. So clearly we've got a significant numbers of partners who we deliver our services with and sometimes for. So we engage with all of those, police, other 999 services, other fire and rescue services. Of course, we've got fantastic relationships with our colleagues within Northumberland County Council's directorates as well. And I think that really gives us greater confidence that when we define and communicate the risks across our area, that we've got the confidence that we can evidence how we match our resources to the risk that is presented in an appropriate manner. Ultimately, this community risk management plan is about providing assurance to the fire authority, to yourselves as councillors, and to our communities that, as far as reasonably possible, given that we are the smallest fire and rescue service in the UK mainland, other than by geographical size, that we do have the right resources in the right place, hopefully at the right times, to respond effectively and efficiently to the risks that we have within Northumberland. I'll not go through this slide in as much detail as I had intended, other suffice to say that we have had a slight departure from previous iterations of this strategic document, in so much as we're trying in this draft to explain to readers how we actually come around or go through the process, rather, of assessing that risk and how we understand what risk is prevalent within Northumberland. So we thought that was really important. We use a fairly standard, I have to say, a definition of risk, so a combination of the likelihood and consequence of a hazardous event. That's also commonly used across the fire and rescue service as a sector, so there is some consistency with how we are assessing this with other fire and rescue services if we wanted to benchmark ourselves. But in terms of the hazardous events, what we mean by that in really simplistic terms are the incidents which we attend. And that slide, it's replicated within the plan, but it does demonstrate that our 10 most frequently attended incident types account for about 93% of the incidents we go. So understandably, that is where we put a lot of our focus and attention in terms of not just our emergency response activities, but our prevention and protection activities too. Because by driving down the bulk of the incidents that we get, not only do we just free time up to do more prevention work and more protection work to hopefully stop the incidents happening in the first place, but it just means that we're not impacting on training time, other risk critical activity. It saves money, obviously. So that has been a fairly consistent area of activity, and those 10 incident types haven't changed very much over the last 5 years. And just when we're drawing up our assessment of risk, we do use multiple data sources rather than just focus on the incident types themselves. So we use population and demographic data, we use indices of mass deprivation, public health, NHS data, crime data, and all of that's really important just to inform that really holistic picture of what the real risk within Northumberland is. And we also use information on development, housing, commercial activity and regeneration, as well as modelling the time it would take for us to respond to incidents by looking at our infrastructure within the county. So hopefully it'll prompt just a better understanding of how Northumberland Fire and Rescue Service goes about modelling that risk activity. This slide, I'll just quickly skip past. Suffice to say that on the right hand side, where it's got the map of the county, this is one of the modelled risk maps which we have produced from a partnership we have with an organised or a company called ORH. And they've got modelling software where we can plot our activity, we can plot our incident types, but we also can see the impact that we can have on that risk model through better prevention activity, faster response times, whether moving some of our fire stations changes that risk profile at all. That is for dwelling fires. The darker the area, the more the likelihood that you're going to have a dwelling fire. Unsurprisingly, you'll probably see obviously the southeast corner is in darker shading. The other table is just one of the tools we use in terms of our performance management, just to track incidents as they're happening, to see if there our ability to respond to them, to prevent them in the first place, is having a positive effect. Obviously, if it is, we want to do more of it. If it's not, we want to find out the reasons why. Within the plan, you probably noticed that we've specifically referenced, I think it's 13, it may be 13 or 14 different incident types. And what we've done, as we've illustrated on this slide, which still referenced dwelling fires, we've put two bulleted lists. One is all of the activity across our emergency response, our prevention and protection, which we're currently doing to try and address the risk. The other are additional activities which, during the course of this 4-year plan, we are looking to introduce. So you can see that for all of our main incident types, there's quite a comprehensive list of actions which we are intending to introduce to manage that risk. So I think the principle we always adopt is that I think we could always do better. So even if it's something we've been really successful in the past, there's no reason to suggest that we can't drive it down even further. And then what that leads to is discussions at my level and Graham's level about where we just then sort of balance our resources and get best utility for managing the added value we want to put into our risk reduction programs. So when we move on from the current identification of risks, I think it's also incumbent on us that we'll look to see what future risks and emerging risks within Northumberland may be, and what issues they potentially present for us as a service. Now on this, within the plan, we've identified climate change and extreme weather events. We've got a pandemic emerging risk in there. And then we'll talk about future housing and commercial development and ageing population and increased vulnerability. Now, most of those things are already things which we've got plans for and which we've already identified. But I think particularly if we use the climate change and extreme weather events, if we just look back at if we look at the number of wildfires we've had in the county over the last sort of 5 or 6 years, if we look at some of the really extreme flooding events we've been exposed to, I think the emerging element of that is that they are getting more frequent and more severe. So again, that's just something which we want to try and get upstream on all of these emerging risks, just to try and satisfy ourselves and give assurance to ourselves and our communities that we've got the capacity and resources to effectively respond. On the bottom, we've just mentioned British World and the Asherton Blythe and Tyne line, and that was just we've just included that just to say that we're already in very detailed conversations, particularly with colleagues in County Council, on how we are going to respond to the development of the British World site, and also whether Asherton Blythe and Tyne introduces any additional risk for us. Now, it may, but it may not. You know, we may have the view we may come in the professional judgment which we might exercise is that our resources in the southeast county are okay to deal with it. But having said that, if they're not, it would then be incumbent on myself to bring further papers back to try and argue for better training, additional resources, as you would expect. So that work is currently ongoing. I'm not going to run through this slide. Again, both the aims and the priorities for 2022-23 are captured within the plan. What I would say is that our current thinking is that we intend 22-23 to be a year where we undertake several really important reviews and evaluation of current service delivery models and service delivery within the fire and rescue service. And we're also going to be very heavily focused on responding to the latest recommendations and areas for improvement which have come out of our second inspectorate assessment, where we've been assessed as requiring improvement against a number of key pillar areas. Whilst there's not anything particularly significant proposed in the community risk management plan for this year, I think as we work through those service reviews and service delivery evaluations, they may well throw up things which we need to bring back to forums such as this to have further public consultation on. So if we're looking to change anything about our operating model or the way we intend to do our core business, again, we need to make sure that we've gone through a full and proper public consultation on that, and just get that community and strategic, whether it's executive officer or whether it's political support for anything which those reviews may throw up. And that's the last slide. I'm sure you'll be pleased to hear. So that was I have to say, I think that's the fastest I've cantered through that in the four LACs which we've presented to. What I would just close by saying, Chair, is that we do take this feedback incredibly seriously. You know, at the end of the day, we are providing a service to the whole of our communities, and we genuinely want to hear the feedback from the public consultation exercise, because we have in the past reshaped some of our thinking given the feedback that we've received. So anything and everything will be taken into account, and this, you know, I will give that reassurance and commitment that this is not the final plan. It is very much a draft, and it remains to be shaped by the feedback that we get from residents, community, and yourselves as the elected members. So I'll just close there, Chair, if that's all right.
Thank you, Paul. And I think you mentioned earlier that even though this is 22 to 26, it's not set in stone.
Absolutely not.
And for anyone in any area who has up till now set plans in stone, if COVID's not taught them that they need to be more iterative, I think they need to think again. Any questions? Councillor Ezel-Shelvin.
Oh, thank you, Chair. So it's really impressive the way you have prepared the document and the effort you have put into that one. And what is also impressive was that you are modeling the data and then relocating the resources so that you can respond quickly. On the matter of dwelling fires, you mean the household fires? Yes, that's right. So do you aspire to have certain response time? Like if somebody calls you, is there a particular time window you would like to respond to? What is the typical response time you aspire to?
Well, the short answer to that is there isn't a typical response time, and I think just the nature of Northumberland as a county, we've got obviously the heavily urbanised southeast, and then the rest of the county council, which is predominantly rural or remote rural. So it's one of the things which we are looking to review in this next year, actually, our response standards. But for dwelling fires, we try to get, or the aspiration is to get an appliance there within 10 minutes. Because what we've been clear not to do in the past is set different standards for the southeast of the county as opposed to the west and the north of the county. So it will be the same response standard for the whole of Northumberland. In terms of life risk incidents, whether they be fires or road traffic collisions or special service calls, we have set response times where the standard is within 80%, and I actually think that they're contained within the plan, so that they should be in there. But that is one of the areas which I alluded to is going to be subject to further review this year, and that would be something which we would want to bring back for further consultation.
Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Chair. Commend you first of all on this plan. It is actually really well presented, and it's really simple. And actually, it's one of the first ones I've seen from the fire service, which actually it looks really, really good. Not saying your other ones were good. This just looks much better by comparison.
I'm trying not to focus on the fact you sound genuinely surprised by when you open that.
I'm putting this down to this very good-looking chap here called Councillor Colin Horncastle, a friend of mine. Obviously, all down to him, and he's watching this now because he's just texted me. So there's my £5 he owes me. Right. So coming on to the substance of this plan, I think it is very good. It's very simple to read. So that box that you wanted to tick about making this engaging, absolutely it's there. Couple of questions, couple of observations. Probably on the observation side, I don't think you have pushed enough your community involvement that the fire service has. That stuff around the boxing clubs, the engagement in schools, working with the police and the young firefighters scheme. I don't think this screams out here. It's probably sitting somewhere else. But actually, in terms of resilience and risk, that's a really phenomenal piece of work which is being done, particularly on preventing things like, unintended fires as well. So I think there's something around that. I think the comms from the fire service is really, really good now. Some of it a little quirky recently, and that's brilliant because it's actually engaging. So that's excellent. So those are the kind of the observations that I'd make. In terms of the specific questions now, page 49, which it says in my report, which is around our ambitious plans to improve our internal staff engagement, value-based behaviours. That's a really, really, really detailed piece of work which takes time to deliver, and I'm sure there's loads of stuff sitting behind that statement. And I know the fire service report which came out, I'm aware of what was in there. So what I'm just asking for, and then I'll come to the other questions, is do you feel that you've got the infrastructure? Do you feel you've got the support? Do you feel that you've had the investment to do that value-based culture change which you've alluded to in the document?
I'll pick that up. A couple of things. First, on your observations around the not pushing the prevention stuff hard enough, that is captured in the other strategic plan which I alluded to. So as I mentioned, we've got a strategic plan for emergency response, prevention and protection. So that there should be links to that within the plan. If there isn't, I think we could certainly do that. I'm pleased you like the comms. We do try to make some of it, I mean, some of it has to be serious, but we're trying to make some of it more conversational, just so it's not dry. So I'll pass that back to the comms officer. She'll be delighted with that. In terms of the question around whether we think we've got the right infrastructure to deliver the internal staff engagement and that cultural change, I think the easy answer is you always want more, but we have developed last year a specific people strategy, which again will probably be of interest to members. And within that, I think we've got some really clearly defined areas where we're starting to already see some traction with changing just the way that the the personnel within the service feel about it. So we're trying very hard to make sure that it's all about everyone included, everyone involved, everyone having a voice and some sort of ability to feel that they've got a way of influencing the future direction of the service. I'll hand over to Graham, the Deputy Chief, because he chairs a staff engagement forum, which is already starting to reap some real dividends for.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. And I was probably going to muscle my way into this one anyway. You'll hear that my accent's not a local one. I know we've met before. What's been interesting for me is I've been an outsider coming in. I suppose the rebel outsider to come in and look at a service with absolutely fresh eyes. And the support I've had 100% from the Chief is that there's nothing off the table. You know, go everywhere, ask everything, lift all the stones that you need to put that picture together. What I got the opportunity very early on, when there was talk of a staff engagement forum for all of Northumberland Fire and Rescue staff, was I took the chance to take the opportunity to chair that group. I've been chairing it now for nearly a year, and what has shaped up through that is an absolute passion of our staff to be involved, to have their ideas and their aspirations listened to and actually shaped into delivery. We've delivered on a few quite big pieces of work. We've delivered on one very simple piece of work, actually, which was to make sure that every single member of staff has a name badge. So we tell everyone proudly who we work for, but then on the other side, we didn't tell them actually who we were. That sounds like a small thing, but for me, it was part of culturally what we want to do, is that everyone can see what everyone's called when they across a large county area. They don't see each other on a regular basis. My role coming in was to work on collaboration. It was to work on continuous improvement, and it was to work on culture. You know, I stood in the county hall, the county chamber, not much more than a year ago, presenting what my offering and what I think the fire service offering can be going forward. We start with our staff. We talk, we listen, we shape things, and what you will find when you read the report in detail is that collaboration is key and a thread that goes right through it. And collaboration isn't just with the external parts of who the service engages with partners, etc. It's absolute internal collaboration, and us taking real care around how we manage our staff, how we develop our staff, how we reward our staff, and how we have a one-team approach to everything we do. The County Council has obviously a defined set of values. The fire service then took those values and had a conversation with our staff. This was before I came. And what the service came up with was some leadership commitments, as we call them. And those are specific to fire and rescue staff. And we specifically call them leadership commitments, because you should be a leader in this organisation, whether you're sitting as the chief or the deputy chief, or a firefighter in a station, or a community safety advocate sitting in the community safety department. So it's what I can tell you genuinely, humbly, as new eyes in the service, is that the culture is really evolving well. Everyone's involved. We've got Joe up the back with us tonight, who's a temporary station manager, his first foray into the world of senior management within the service. He's engaged with us. We spend time with him, to the point that, you know, he's taken the time out of his own diary to be with us tonight to see how this looks and feels, so everything connects across everything all the time.
Chair, if I could quickly just run in with two really quick questions. So, in terms of the risks which you refer to in the document, I'm sure that you've got this somewhere, because I'm sure that there are geographic risks, but there is a huge pharmaceutical industry within Cramlington, and it isn't referenced as a risk here that I can see. And the second thing is, although you have mentioned the Northumberland line, the big line which cuts through our county is the East Coast Main Line. And again, just I know you're onto it but just, again, that wasn't referenced as a specific risk, but it is probably the biggest single risk with trains travelling at that speed on the East Coast Main Line through some, like, quite built-up areas, but others some very remote ones as well.
I'll just come back very quickly on that one. The Ashton Blythe and Tyne lane is referenced only in so much as it's an emerging risk, and the reason why, although we do reference the infrastructure within the county, the East Coast Main Line isn't specifically mentioned as a risk, is just purely down to the fact that over the last 5 years we haven't really had any incidents, thankfully, where we've been called, whether that's to do with either the passenger train, the rail infrastructure, or anything else to do with the network. But yes, obviously, it is something we're acutely aware of. Thank you. And pharmaceuticals, yes.
Councillor Flux, please.
It's okay. I'll move progress, Chair.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I'll try and keep this quick because I would like to go home at some point today. Just as someone who works with managing risk within medicines pharmacy, within the health service, obviously it's very much welcome this report, and it's very interesting to read, and I think it's some great stuff to actually look at how these are scoring the risk and things like that. Just to touch on, I know we've mentioned it a couple of times about the Northumberland line. Within my area, within other areas within Seaton Valley, and certainly within Bedlington and I know Blythe Ashton, there's a lot of level crossings that are going to now be coming into play that haven't really been used for a number of years, and are now going to see significant use. Do you see, obviously you've mentioned about road traffic collisions and things as well, do you expect, you're saying that the Northumberland line's an emerging risk, but do you expect that to be a significant risk, or do you think the risk there is very minimal, although it could be catastrophic in terms of the outcome, that it's a very unlikely thing to happen? And I was just wondering whether what you sort of looked at with that is this emerging risk of the Northumberland line.
Thanks for that, Councillor. I think at this stage we're still very much in the planning part of identifying what that risk will be. I think intuitively, I don't think it would actually add that much risk to what we currently do. And I don't think it will require additional resources over and above what we've already got in the southeast of the county to manage the Ashton Blythe and Tyne line when it comes on screen. In terms of the level crossings, again, they're not something which features very heavily at all in terms of historic risk for us. So my expectation would be that, although the volume of traffic along the line is going to obviously increase, I'm not sure that we're going to see that sort of same increase in risk or outcome or negative outcome using the level crossings as the example. So I think what might be helpful is that if I come back once we start doing all that planning, it might be for the elected members who are going to be impacted along that sort of corridor, it might be worth just sort of putting something specific on for you at a later date where we can just sort of appraise you of what thinking and what we think the outcome is going to be for us as a service.
Yeah, definitely welcome that. Thank you very much.
I'll just to add some weight to what the Chief said there. I think it's also important for us to recognise that not everything to do with the risk around the train line is about trains or the actual line itself. It's to do with potential business development and any regeneration that's going to happen. So any new businesses coming online, they will have statutory duty to comply with fire safety law. That will require an engagement with our fire safety inspecting officers. So we need to be positioned to step into that space readily when those new businesses are holes in the ground potentially. You know, as we have with the British Volt giga plant, our engagement started before the ground was broken on that site.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Again, it's just on the emerging risks there. I was on the Northumberland line today, so obviously it's something that's not too far off. And as you say, it's a development corridor. That's probably going to be the biggest impact on there. The thing that I'm probably more concerned about is with British Vault. It is a massive factory. It's a metal factory, and it's going to be making 300,000 batteries, which, from my limited knowledge of the fire service, would be a very complicated fire to deal with if anything went wrong. Obviously, the timescale of British Vault, it needs to be up and running as soon as possible in order to keep on the electric battery wave. So will you be getting additional funding from somewhere to get more specialist training, or will you be drawing up from other fire services if anything were to go wrong with it?
Some of that additional training and upskilling of staff, just so they understand the potential risks around lithium-ion batteries, has already started. And actually, we've got a session, a development session for officers on Friday, I think it is, with which is being hosted by Professor Christensen from Newcastle University, who's seen as the industry sort of expert in this sort of area. Our fire safety teams have been working very closely as the plans for the site have been developed. So at every stage, we've been looking at what the inbuilt fire precautions in that the British World Giga plant will be. And just to come back on the point you made around getting support from other services, there's already what's called Section 13 and 16 agreements with neighbour and fire and rescue services. So if there was something significantly large in terms of an incident occur, we do draw resources from neighbouring authorities in to support, and vice versa. So we, potentially go across the border into Durham, Scotland, Cumbria and Tyne, and we had to support them as well. So all of these things are going to be factors which are going through the planning process. But as I mentioned earlier, if it got to the point where we thought there was something which was specific, which we needed to address any particular risk within the British Vault factory, we would be bringing it back and asking for or putting a case forward for those resources to be made available. But we haven't gotten to the end of that assessment process yet.
Thank you. I think that covers my concerns on that one.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Paul. Just two quick questions. First of all, how many times you called out across a year for all reasons? And the second one, what does the PFI mean on page 54? It must mean something other than I think it means.
PFI's Private Financial Initiative.
Yeah.
Yep. So I'm going back a few years now. So Pegswood Fire Station and the West Hertford site are part of a regional PFI. So we're about, I think we're 15 years in, 14 years into a 25-year PFI. So you're right in what you thought. And in terms of incidents, actual, I think it's around about 3,500. Normally, I think last year we were about 3,300 incidents a year. So roughly 8 a day is what we respond to. But that could be everything from false alarms through to major incidents.
I presume with the storm, you'll probably expect an uplift in those figures.
The storm, I think, on the Friday night, if memory, actually, Graham was the duty principal officer, but I think on the Friday night we took around about 240 calls, which translated into just over 100 actual turnouts on that when the weather was at its worst, and then obviously from the Saturday for the next roughly 10 days we were just in that sort of support of our communities mode rather than emergency response, just supporting everything that the county council was doing.
Okay. So if I can just highlight that this is a consultation, this plan. It's open till Wednesday the 16th of February.
It is, Chair, yes.
Yeah. And it's available online at haveyoursay.northumberland.gov.uk/NFRS, and they can follow, obviously they'll be highlighted
It's on all of the county council and fire and rescue service social media platforms, the access to it as well.
And it's also available as a hard copy as well, if people want to get in touch.
It is, yes.
Okay. If I can just thank you and your colleagues for coming along tonight.
You're welcome.
Very
Thank you.
enlightening. And thank you for all the fantastic work that you and your teams do.
You're very welcome. Thank you. I'll pass that on to the teams. Thank you, Chair.
We'll only be a couple of minutes rather than you just shuffling along. Okay. Following on from that, the date of the next meeting, it says it's Tuesday the 22nd of February. Tuesday?
Yes.
Yep.
Council's the day after.
Yes, because council the day after. Now it says planning only, but item 17, the work programme, it does say on the work programme that's planning and the LTP. So just to pre-warn you, okay. And as Councillor Weymouth said, the budget has to come back as well. Okay. So item 18, do we have any urgent business? I'll take that as a no. Thank you very much for coming today. I appreciate it has been a long one, but it is very important business that we do discuss at these local area councils. So on that, I'll close the meeting. Thank you.